I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin with more winter weather slamming states from the West Coast to the Great Lakes. Dozens of people have been killed, many in Oregon, hit hard by an ice storm. KXL's John Eric Smith is in Portland.
Most of those deaths have been attributed to hypothermia. One person died when a tree fell on the RV that they were in. Wednesday, 3 people died after a limb knocked an active power line onto their SUV.
Almost 42,000 customers have no power right now in Oregon. Buffalo, New York is digging out from another lake-effect snowstorm. Parents who lost children in the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, are bracing for a long-awaited report on police response to the incident. Alfred Garza, whose 10-year-old daughter was killed, attended a private meeting with Attorney General Merrick Garland and other Justice Department officials last night.
A detailed and summarized view of what happened that day. The report wasn't to point fingers and stuff like that, but there will be stuff laid out to where whoever's reading the report can kind of determine that.
19 students and 2 teachers were killed as officers waited 77 minutes to take down the 18-year-old gunman. In the Middle East, the U.S. says American forces launched another round of strikes on Houthi targets in Yemen, taking out 14 loaded missiles ready to be fired. CBS News military consultant Jeff McCausland.
This should give, hopefully, the Houthis a bit more disquiet that we're not only able to hit these targets, we're able to hit these targets as they pop up in a dynamic fashion and preclude them then from launching more attacks on commercial shipping.
President Biden met with top congressional leaders on a stalled funding package for Ukraine and its war with Russia. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
There was tremendous focus on Ukraine and an understanding that if we don't come to Ukraine's aid, that the consequences for America around the globe would be nothing short of devastating.
The package also includes money for security at the U.S. southern border. Republicans say they won't support it unless it includes changes in immigration policy. Donald Trump flew to a campaign stop in New Hampshire after another appearance at his defamation trial involving the writer who accused him of sexual assault. Correspondent Errol Barnett is in New York.
Trump is not required to attend these proceedings, which are focused on one very narrow thing, exactly how much Ms. Carroll should be awarded for the defamation Mr. Trump has already been found liable for. And there remains the possibility that he may take the stand in his own defense, but that will come with very specific restrictions.
S&P futures are up 4, Dow futures down 7. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Rich Zioli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland at a special time this Saturday at noon. Find out why it's still a great time to buy or sell a home. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday at noon. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Children are the greatest joy. and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at
I'm Stuart Varney.
I'm Harris Faulkner.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, January 18th, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. How much power do government agencies have? So much that they can make a decision that results in your business shouldering the burden of a large new daily fee?
Imagine the government coming to you and saying, hey, well, we as a government don't have enough money to fund the expansion of these programs that we want, so we're going to make you pay it directly.
I'm Dave Anthony. While former President Trump hopes to keep up his momentum in New Hampshire, one of his supporters is running in Michigan, trying to turn a blue seat in Congress Republican red.
He's going to need a partner in the Senate to help close the border, to get the economy back under control.
And I'm Tommy Lahren. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
The Supreme Court has heard arguments in a case that involves how much power government agencies have over our lives. It had to do with two appeals over the same issue. Do Atlantic herring fishermen have to pay for federal officials to board their vessels to monitor their work? They'd had monitors on their vessels for years, but suddenly the fishermen were being told they had to pay for additional monitoring. Some of the arguments centered around what is known as Chevron deference, legal deference given to a government agency to implement their own rules based on their own expertise. Chief Justice John Roberts gave an example.
Let's suppose the statute says the Department of Transportation will set length limits for trucks that are reasonable.
Right.
Is that a legal question for the court, or is that a policy question for the agency?
I think that
the legal authority says they've got to be reasonable. That's a term that courts apply in many situations.
The attorney representing the fishermen said in that case, reliance could be on an agency as the expectation was whatever was reasonable. Justice Elena Kagan put forth her own examples and explained.
The court can say, the best option is to listen carefully and to defer if it's reasonable and if it's consistent with everything that we know that Congress has said, to defer to people who actually know things about these things. But to people who understand the way particular questions fit within a broader statutory and regulatory scheme.
In other words,
judges should know what they don't know.
So what exactly happened to bring this case about? And who is impacted?
What really happened was over the course of a few years, this regulation was developed. And essentially, we've always had to take government observers on board our vessels. That's required by Congress. We've done it for decades, never had a problem with it.
Megan Lapp is a fisheries liaison for Seafreeze, one of those challenging the Department of Commerce in this lawsuit.
For this particular regulation, though, The government wanted to expand its own existing program, but didn't have the money to do so. So they didn't get the money from Congress, so they said, you know what, the people that we regulate, they can pay out of pocket.
My understanding is this was going to cost you quite a bit a day.
Yeah, the estimates are $710 a day, which is more than our crew might make on a day.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I heard you say that earlier. That's crazy. Was it going to have to be every day or just when they decided on what days?
Well, their goal was to have 50% of the trips taken by the herring fishery covered, both combined with the government-paid monitors as well as the ones that we were going to be forced to pay for. So 50% of all of your trips, all of your herring fishery trips covered.
Now, you said that you guys have always had to take government observers on board. I imagine that's part of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, right, where I guess NOAA has to manage fisheries. That means keeping things, I guess, regulated to a certain extent. You know, we don't overfish this area. We let, the stock replenish in that area. So were you, thus far, when you had observers on your ship, you have not been paying for them?
Like I said, we've taken them for decades. You're correct. It's the Magnuson-Stevens Act that requires that we take them. And we've never contested that. We've complied. We've taken them when selected. They come on board and collect biological data used in fisheries science. They also collect, other types of data on the trip itself, as well as act as enforcement agents. And we've never, we've never said that we don't want to do that. But paying is a totally different situation.
Yeah, especially given the amount it's costing. I think I heard you say this feels almost like a new tax, and one would think, well, if it is a tax, then that would have to be approved by lawmakers.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the government's estimate was that it would take away 20% of the annual return to owner. So imagine the government coming to you and saying, hey, well, we as the government don't have enough money to fund the expansion of these programs that we want. So we're going to make you pay it directly. Oh, and by the way, it's going to come at the cost of 20% of your annual income. Like, nobody would stand for that.
When this case was initially challenged, a lower court judge sided with the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which was earlier referenced. But attorneys for LAP and others in the fishing industry said that was a misinterpretation of an agency's powers and it went too far.
We don't think Congress gave the agency the power to do what it's trying to do here. As Megan said, the monitors have been on there for a long time.
Mark Chenoweth is president and chief legal officer of the new Civil Liberties Alliance.
By the way, they have to feed the monitors when they're on the boat. They have to provide them a berth on the boat for a place to sleep. These are overnight trips, sometimes several days or more than a week at a time. And they have to feed them and provide them a berth that entire time. So that burden already exists. And then now they're asking to be paid on top of that. And Congress never said that. Congress never said the salaries were the responsibility of the boats. That's something that NOAA made up.
Okay, so this went before the Supreme Court on Wednesday, and let's just backtrack for a minute. For decades, the Supreme Court has recognized this notion that federal agencies have pretty wide latitude to make decisions, and the Biden administration, their attorneys, cite that precedent here, that we have thousands of these administrative decisions like this that have already been made, they're already adhered to, and this is called the Chevron deference, right? This deference that we provide these agencies. Did you get the sense during Supreme Court arguments Wednesday that there were any justices that were kind of skeptical of the Chevron deference, regardless of the fact that it's precedent?
I think several of the justices expressed deep skepticism about Chevron deference and the role that it plays in taking the responsibility for statutory interpretation away from judges and giving it instead to agencies. You mentioned a minute ago that a lower court in this case had interpreted the Magnuson-Stevens Act to allow the agency to charge boats like our clients. But what the judge actually did was applied Chevron deference and said, well, it's a reasonable interpretation of the statute. I'm not saying it's the best interpretation of the statute. I'm not saying it's the way I would interpret the statute, but the agency's interpretation is in the realm of the possible. It's reasonable, and therefore I'm going to defer to the agency's interpretation. That's how we got where we are, is because this Chevron deference gives agencies the benefit of the doubt when they're interpreting something. And that's not really consistent with the due process of law that we would expect in a court. When you're in court, you expect the judge to treat both sides equally, not to put on a thumb on the scale for the government.
Okay, actually, that leads me very nicely into my next question, because what this really boils down to, it seems, is how much power an agency has. And if an agency's statute or rule is ambiguous or hard to understand or can be minced, precedent, it seems, is saying, well, you have to side with the agency's interpretation. And one of the justices to that point was saying, we judges, we need to know what we don't know. We need to be able to rely on these agencies. Is that a roadblock here to your argument?
I think that was Justice Kagan who said that. If I remember right, she was talking about the need for some humility on the part of judges. But no, I don't think it's a roadblock. I think that it's the proper role of judges to decide what the law is. And if Congress, as Megan said, Congress has required them to take these monitors for a long time. They never objected to that because that was Congress that was ordering that. It's when the agency comes along and does something that Congress didn't order and says, well, the statute's silent on that or the statute's ambiguous on that. Well, if we're going to say that an agency can delve into a statute and every silence or every ambiguity that it finds gives the agency power, that's a really odd thing to say, because ordinarily we think that what gives the power to the agency is the text of the statute, not what's not in the statute, not the silences of the statute, but the text of the statute. And the government was very explicit in front of the court about the fact that they were asking the court to, in the case of any silence or ambiguity, allow the agency to interpret that as Congress delegating them authority to fill that gap. And I just don't think that's the right role for federal agencies. And I don't think that's what Congress thinks it's doing when it writes laws.
I think that's what I was stuck on. Like, well, fine. Okay, if an agency is an expert and they have a new rule, based on their expertise, okay, then fine. But everyone just has to fork over hundreds of new dollars a day or a week or a month suddenly when an agency decides, and the legal recourse is slim because, well, Chevron deference.
Yeah, essentially that's it. And here I think this case is a great example. NOAA is not an expert in, what's the expertise they're bringing to bear here in saying that the boats need to be the ones to pay them? There isn't any real NOAA expertise there that's being relied on. So I think the expertise point, particularly in this case, just falls out. I don't think there's really any NOAA expertise that a judge wouldn't be able to bring to bear in deciding whether the statute was allowing this sort of payment regime or not.
What is the legal workaround? We heard Justice Kavanaugh said that, this sort of highlights these wild swings that we see right every 4 to 8 years, depending on the administration. What is the path forward then to avoid that?
I think the path forward is to allow the judges to interpret the statute instead of the agencies, because once a court of law has interpreted the statute and given it definite meaning, then everyone can rely on that going forward. And if a lower court gets it wrong, you could appeal that. If an intermediate appellate court gets that wrong, you can try to take it all the way up to the Supreme Court, as Megan was able to do in this case with NCLA's help, and then you can get to the final answer. But if you're instead requiring those lower court judges, as Chevron deference does, to defer to the agency, then the law is constantly in a state of flux, because the agency at any point in time can change what it's saying the meaning of the law is, and the judges are forced to acquiesce in that changed meaning of the law whenever the agency says so. And that's really not the role that we typically think of judges having. I don't think it's the role that the Constitution gives Article III judges in our system.
And you say rely on judges, that the system should just, if there's confusion, then go to a court, right? The judges should be interpreting the law. But Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson said that's going to result in chaos here, that suddenly we're not going to have this, we wouldn't have this deference. Does this hamstring these agencies if it didn't exist, or increase litigation to a point where it is chaotic?
Well, I think what it does is it makes it so that these agencies can't extend their power the way that they're doing now. And that if they want more power, or in this case more funding, then they have to go to Congress, and they have to get Congress to be clear about what Congress wants in that respect. So do I think it hamstrings the agency? No. I think, look, if it's hamstringing agencies, it's because agencies are going above and beyond their statutory authority all the time. But if you're talking about, is it still going to be possible for agencies to do their job if they lose Chevron deference? Well, absolutely. If they're following the will of Congress and they're doing what the statute empowers them to do, then there isn't going to be litigation over that. It's only when they exceed their statutory authority that folks are going to say, hey, wait a minute, you can't get away with that anymore.
Megan Laff, Fisheries Liaison for Seafreeze, and Mark Chenoweth with the New Civil Liberties Alliance. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon in May 2023.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern,
and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, January 18th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. The countdown to next week's New Hampshire primary is on. Immigration a top concern for voters in the New Hampshire primary. Fox's Madison Allworth has more from Manchester, New Hampshire.
Immigration and the border have been major talking points for all three Republican candidates stumping across New Hampshire ahead of Tuesday's primary. Nikki Haley touting her experience as governor as to why she is the one with the solution to the southern border crisis.
When I was governor, we passed the toughest illegal immigration law in the country. President Obama sued us over it, and we won. We'll do that nationally.
According to a recent poll, immigration is more pressing than the economy to voters here in the Granite State.
More than half of likely voters in New Hampshire say the president's handling of the southern border makes them less likely to vote for him in the general election. The decision to designate Iran-backed Houthi fighters in Yemen as a terrorist group may not be permanent. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on this from the White House.
The Houthis have a decision to make, White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says.
If the Houthis cease the attacks, we can certainly reconsider this designation.
Kirby says labeling the Houthis a specially designated terrorist group allows new sanctions to be applied, but is a step short of a foreign terrorist organization designation, which the Biden administration dropped in 2021 to give more access to aid organizations providing humanitarian relief in Yemen. The Houthis have been launching missiles and drones at commercial shipping vessels in the Red Sea for weeks. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
U.S. Central Command saying drones launched from Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen struck U.S.-owned vessels in the Gulf of Aden. No injuries, but some damage was reported. Pakistan's Air Force has carried out retaliatory strikes in Iran, targeting Pakistani insurgents. Iran saying the airstrikes killed 4 children and 3 women. The strikes followed Iran's attack Tuesday on Pakistani soil that left 2 children dead as tensions between the two countries continues to rise. And Speaker Mike Johnson hosting a bipartisan candlelight vigil with members of the House of Representatives to commemorate 100 days since the horrific attacks perpetrated by Hamas against Israel began on October 7th. Speaker Johnson was joined by Democratic Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar, Congressman Max Miller, and Congressman David Kustoff, and they were also joined by families of those being held by Hamas. And President Biden Wednesday gathering congressional leaders at the White House to talk about his proposal for a $110 billion national security package. The president asking Congress for money to aid both Israel and Ukraine. Republicans, including Speaker Mike Johnson, have indicated they want to see money for border security. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Basically what MSNBC has told you, the MSNBC viewer, it's not news if Trump wins. It's not worthy of hearing him speak in victory when he's impeached, when he's indicted. It's wall-to-wall coverage.
They don't understand that the more you censor him and the more you try and get rid of him, the more powerful it makes him.
We're not going to acknowledge Trump, and we're just going to live in this insulated world of this one-way street coverage.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets will look to get back in the black when they open later this morning. The Dow down for the third straight session Wednesday, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ for the second day in a row. The Dow lost 94, the NASDAQ 89, the S&P 500 27. Part of the reason, strong retail sales for the holiday season. Holiday sales in November and December rose 3.8% to $964.4 billion. That according to the National Retail Federation. and that lessened hopes that the feds will soon be slashing interest rates. A federal appeals court ruling means Apple is banned from selling current versions of the Apple Watch in the U.S., that due to a patent infringement case filed against the company by the medical device maker Masimo. In October, the International Trade Commission found that the watch's blood oxygen sensors had infringed on Masimo's intellectual property. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
5 days before the New Hampshire primary, the 2024 focus is on the White House race. But Republicans also have their eyes on control of the next Congress. Now, to do that, they'd, of course, have to keep their House majority and flip at least 2 blue seats red, which is possible. 23 of the 33 seats on the ballot in November are currently held by Democrats. In 3 of those states, Donald Trump won in 2016 and 2020. Montana, Ohio, and West Virginia, where Democratic Senator Joe Manchin is not running for re-election. He told Fox and Friends yesterday,
I'm not running again because you cannot fix Washington inside of Washington.
Michigan is also in play. Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow is also not running for another term. Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin is the frontrunner in the Democratic race, and polls show she is neck and neck in a hypothetical matchup with any of the 3 leading Republicans, former Detroit Police Chief James Craig, or former Congressman Peter Meijer, or Mike Rogers.
It is very, very important. It's the only open seat we can flip. And we take out West Virginia, that's kind of a done deal. They're going to win that race.
Mike Rogers is also a former congressman who chaired the House Intel Committee.
So we win Michigan, we will be guaranteed to take back the control of the United States Senate. And believe me, Michiganders and the rest of the country are dying for that to happen.
I know a couple of years ago there was an attempt to win the Senate seat there. Didn't work out very well. And at the time, abortion was a very big issue in your state, trying to protect a woman's right in the state constitution. But in 2024, that won't be on the ballot, correct?
That won't be on the ballot. And certainly there is no course of action that I would take that would undo what the Michigan citizens have voted for and kind of enshrined in the Constitution in the state of Michigan. That's a state issue. I supported Roe versus Wade going back to the states. It did. Michiganders spoke loud and clear on that issue.
So as you run this time around, what is your biggest issue?
Well, it's several things. One, that we've got to fix the border. I mean, it's getting dangerous. So I, as a former military guy, I'm a former special agent with the FBI, worked organized crime. You look at the challenges and the national security threat coming through our southern border, it gets worse by the day. So it's not just the fact that last year the government would spend somewhere around $350 billion taking care of illegal immigrants, by the way, including jettison and evicting kids from schools so that they could put illegal immigrants in there and house them. It's about the fact that the FBI is ringing the bell saying, hey, we have a Hamas and a Hezbollah terrorist threat here, and the southern border is contributing to that. And then you think in Michigan, we had organized crime gangs come up through the southern border from Latin America, come up into Michigan, and were running very sophisticated home invasion, home burglary rings around the suburbs of the city of Detroit. And then you had drugs and human trafficking and fentanyl. I mean, this thing is getting worse by the day. You cannot be a great country if you cannot secure your border.
Now, Republicans in the Senate currently are holding up military aid to Israel and Ukraine, trying to get border policy changes. I'm assuming you support them on that?
I do. I mean, this is one of the most dangerous national security threats we face. I mean, we just don't know who's coming across. Something, now it's over 2 million, what they call gotaways. These are people that they don't know who they are. They don't really know where they came from. And they don't know what their intentions are, and they're roaming around the countryside in the United States of America. That's just dangerous. And so I think they have to ramp up the pressure to get this done. The Democrats are just content to let this thing burn out of control.
You said you have several different issues beyond the border. What else?
Yeah, so we're energy independent, huge. One of the reasons I talk about how we should be engaged in the world is by being engaged, not entangled. And when you look at what the Biden administration has done in all of these decisions, making us less able to be energy independent, that means you have to go to Saudi Arabia and beg for oil. They're borrowing and spending so much money that it's creating huge inflationary factors. That Biden inflation is costing the average Michigan family about $950 a month more than it was just 4 years ago when Donald Trump was in office. And so huge, we've got to get our handle on that and get people's personal economy back up and running. And the last part of that is we have an education crisis in America. We have a literacy crisis in America. And last year in the United States of America, about half of high school seniors couldn't read at the 6th grade level. You can't be a great country. You can't have future prosperity. You can't compete with a country like China when we're doing that to ourselves.
What would you do?
Combination of all of them.
If you're a senator, what would you do? Education policy, a lot is formed on a local level. What would you do as a senator?
If you can't read by the 4th grade, you have a 70% chance of going to prison or being on welfare. So those are two areas where we can make an impact for adults. If you're on welfare, I want to get you help. I think we should help you when you're down, but we don't want to sentence you to a lifetime of poverty. And so we would require a reading reclamation program. Take a reading assessment, see where you're at, get your reading level up to where you can fill out a job application and better your skill set for a better life. And by the way, there's Title I money that goes into test where 3rd graders are at. And apparently it takes about a year to get this test back. Well, by then you're finishing up the 4th grade. We have got to start putting pressure on schools to doing reading, writing, and arithmetic. I mean, the test scores are abysmal and getting worse. If we don't do something, it's going to cause huge problems. And the last part of that, think of this, one of the problems that the military is having a hard time recruiting, because when kids show up to take the test to get in, they don't read well enough to pass it. So it's impacting our national security. It's certainly impacting our economy, and it's impacting our ability to pass a really great and prosperous country to the next generation. All of that needs to be done. And here's the good news. All of that can be done.
Congressman, another big issue for Republican voters is fighting crime. There have been a lot of places around the country where crime has risen in the last couple of years, and they want lawmakers and people in power to do more to stop that. Now, one of your opponents in the Republican Senate race in Michigan, who's ahead of you in some polls, has been the former police chief in Detroit, James Craig. So he's a former police chief. How do you say that you're the better choice over someone like him?
Well, the good news is we've got law enforcement endorsements all across the state. So it's not me saying it. It's chiefs of police. It's in Southeast Michigan. It's county sheriffs. And it's the Police Officers Association of Michigan, which is the largest kind of working cop organization in the state. And so they're all saying it's Mike Rogers, it's got to be Mike Rogers. So I have a record on being a good partner and how the federal government helps local police be more effective and more impactful. And so we've laid out some plans, and we've talked to a lot of police departments how to help them on the fentanyl problem. And in Michigan, think of this, we have 8 of the top 50 most violent cities. And it's not just murder. It's a whole host of other things, aggravated assault and rape and other things. And that's unconscionable. And so in talking to the chiefs, I think we're going to formulate a plan here that I'll push when I'm getting into the Senate to help get them off the list. My job is to make sure those 8 cities are off the list. So I'm a former FBI agent. I was actually a street agent that worked cases and sources and put handcuffs on people and put them in jail, and they understand that I have that kind of up close and personal experience in law enforcement, and as my work as the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee when I was in Congress, clearly showed about the power of sharing information in the right place to have a better outcome. And so that's why I'm getting those endorsements, even over, somebody else that was he was the civilian police chief at the time.
You mentioned being the chair of the House Intel Committee. Certainly you have kept your eye on what's happening in the Middle East. Is a big flare-up point lately with not only the war in Gaza, but the expansion with the U.S. being under attack in different places in Iraq and Syria, and with what's happening with the Houthi militants in the Red Sea, targeting ships. The U.S. has designated them, a special global terror group. Was that the right move, in your opinion?
Well, the right move is yes. The wrong move was taking them off the list in the first place. The Biden administration could not have screwed up the Middle East any more than they've managed to do. It started with that absolute debacle of a withdrawal from Afghanistan that ended up costing 10 military personnel their lives. By turning their security over to the Taliban, which was, by the way, a terrorist organization. I mean, that was the beginning of really bad decisions that are having catastrophic consequences. Taking the Houthis off the list, telling the Saudis that they can't go after the Houthis while they were negotiating with Iran on their nuclear deal. I mean, you could just go down this list of the things that they have done, the Biden administration and their team, to screw this up.
Congressman, we're less than a week away from the New Hampshire primary in the presidential race. Former President Trump won big in Iowa. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis still in the race, challenging him with the next contest ahead. You have already endorsed former President Trump in this race. Why did you do that ahead of the contests?
So a couple of things. One of the things that we know is that I believe the border is a very serious national security and criminal risk to U.S. citizens. Donald Trump's the only one that actually secured the border when he was president. The economy, your 401k was better under that. The unemployment was down. I mean, small businesses were less burdened with this overregulation. These are things that need to be done and need to be done quickly. And I believe that President Trump will have the ability to get these things done quickly. And he's going to need a partner in the Senate to help close the border, to get the economy back under control. We've got a lot of work to do to get America back on track, and we have to do it quickly. And I think Donald Trump is the guy to do it quickly.
Do you expect him to come out and endorse you?
Didn't ask him to do that. I had a very, very, I thought, productive conversation with the president. And I'll be running for the Senate. I think Michigan's going to be a very, very important state. I argue the sooner everyone rallies around a candidate so we can continue to build for a very tough general election, I think the better off we're all going to be.
Mike Rogers, former congressman, former chair of the House Intel Committee, now one of the candidates running for Senate in Michigan. The primary is coming up August 6th, so a lot of time before that happens. Congressman, thank you very much for joining us. We wish you well.
Hey, thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Tom to your down on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Our free 2024 Gold Investment Guide isn't just a collection of tips. It's a treasure map to possible wealth in a shifting economy. We've distilled expertise and insights into this comprehensive guide, tailored for both newcomers and veteran investors. Ride the wave of gold to unprecedented heights. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 for your free guide. Call 800-900-8000 now.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. It means that when you hire us, you get a legal army. When it comes to law, size matters. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Biden meeting with lawmakers Wednesday about a spending bill that would send military aid to Israel and Ukraine. Republicans say it's a no-go unless it includes funding for the southern border. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
We understand that all these things are important, but we must insist that the border be the top priority.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says a deal, though, is possible.
The president himself said over and over again that he is willing to move forward on border.
And the government could run out of money by the end of the week. Iowa's Attorney General suing the company that owns the social media app TikTok.
Attorney General Brenna Bird, in a lawsuit filed in state court in Des Moines, accuses the company of lying about the prevalence of videos about drugs, nudity, alcohol, and profanity on the platform.
Fox's Jack Callahan. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The New England Patriots formally introduced Gerard Mayo as the team's new head coach. Mayo replaces Bill Belichick. Philadelphia Eagles center Jason Kelce says he has not yet made a final decision on when to retire. Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy will be back for his 5th season. Golden State assistant coach Dejan Milojevic dies of a heart attack at age 46. The Toronto Raptors trade two-time All-Star Pascal Siakam to Indiana for Bruce Brown, Jordan Nwora, and 3 first-round draft picks. And Kentucky coach John Calipari won his 400th game with the Wildcats. Kentucky beat Mississippi State 90-77. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
What made Jalen Hurts, just before they made the defensive coordinator swap, at the podium say, you know, we need more commitment from this locker room? That trickles down from the top. What was going on with Sirianni and the staff that led him to fire the defensive coordinator and allowed this Eagles defense to just, flat out look among the worst in the NFL, and an Eagles offense with the talent to where it appears only Devontae Smith really wants to be there? I don't understand it, and it's exactly why you have Sirianni possibly looking for another gig, and you also have the Cowboys with success and not finding that path to success in the postseason, also contemplating the coaching swap. There's something off with both of those franchises, but in Dallas's case, I think it's more mental in the postseason aspect of the pressure, and in Philly, I think it's internal.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Start 2024 by building stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open our growth savings account and earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials as well. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Get a tax refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt now. No fee refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Tommy Lahren.
What's on your mind?
There's no two ways about it. Iowa was a blowout victory for Donald Trump. It was also a good night for conservatism, given Nikki Haley took third and did not overcome Governor Ron DeSantis. But now is the time to face the music for the DeSantis campaign. They bet it all on Iowa, and Trump still ran away with the caucus by a lot. So reality has set in. No matter what DeSantis does at this point, he will not overtake Trump. It's time to pack it in, go back to Florida, govern like hell, and then come back swinging in 2028. I firmly believe Ron DeSantis is the future of the GOP and America First movement, but he needs to cut his losses sooner than later to preserve his own strength for the next fight ahead. The base has spoken, and the base still belongs to Donald J. Trump. So now is the time to circle the wagons around Donald Trump and fight like hell to get him back in that White House and defeat not only Joe Biden, but all the leftists who have been working overtime to destroy America. I'm Tommy Lahren, and you can watch my show, Tommy Lahren is Fearless, at Outkick.com.
The Fed is setting a digital dollar control trap. The new FedNow system might sound modern and convenient, but the truth is, it's all about surveillance and control. Don't be fooled. Secure your assets right now with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, former advisor to Donald Trump. And in these times of uncertainty, I believe the best way to defend your savings is to use tangible assets, which is why I recommend a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. Because gold has a 5,000-year track record as the ultimate guardian of wealth. To learn more, get a free info kit by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, so text HEDGE to the number 989898. That's HEDGE to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. so you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase this sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, January 18th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 1210 is the phone number. At 1210 WPHT on social media, I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzelin with the news, Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board, Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, the associate producers. Another Arctic winter wonderland morning. Actually, it's a little bit of a boost on. And by the way, how are you this morning?
I'm good. Yeah, we're thawing out.
Yeah, we're thawing out. We're up to 24 today, right now. So that'll be nice. Gregory, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Doing okay.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. Working our way towards the weekend, working our way towards warmer weather, and we've got a lot of good stuff to get to today. First of all, our buddy, our pal, the great Sean Farash is coming up at 9 o'clock. Trump impressionist, great impersonator of Donald J. Trump. He's got all sorts of new content and material to roll out, so we will have a few laughs with him. A big take this morning on Ron DeSantis.
Oh no.
Yeah, we gotta put Mr. Mustard in the spotlight one last time before he rides off into the sunset, or actually into the sunshine and the warmth of the great state of Florida. Also, Donald Trump caught red-handed. We will have the details, as the internet almost broke yesterday.
You know what's funny? Dawn reported this yesterday. I hadn't seen the picture.
I know.
And I didn't even know really what she was talking about.
Yeah.
And then I got home yesterday and I saw the picture, and I'm just like, what the hell is that?
Some are saying it's ketchup.
No, I know
mustard.
what it is.
Well, it's not mustard. Stop, Ron.
Oh, Ron.
Mustard's yellow.
Ron is wrong as usual.
Yes, ketchup is red. It's not a jelly donut.
Wait. Don't give away the ending, Dawn. But you know what it is?
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. And it's not what James Carville says it is, right? Did you see what James Carville said it was?
No.
Syphilis.
That's nasty.
Wrong presidential candidate. That would be Bill Clinton, allegedly.
I'm telling you,
speculating.
James Carville went on his YouTube
That's nasty.
show and said he has talked to doctors and it is syphilis.
Okay. Well, Carville thinks it's syphilis.
I think he was joking.
I'll speculate, and then Dawn will just squash it all with the actual facts. That's the way this program usually works. So we will get to that coming up at the bottom of the hour. We have updates in the insane state of California on the football front. We will give you these two updates. Trump and Nikki set their sights on New Hampshire. We've got polls. We've got money being spent. And also, later this morning, men versus women. I think it's time we settle this once and for all, okay? Just in general. Men, women, who's right, who's wrong. We've got scientific studies.
Do we?
To back up my beef.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah?
So we're going to have like a battle of the sexes?
This will be a clip that goes to Twitter today, is my guess.
Okay.
Yes. So I'll say stuff that's wrong again, and then Dawn will flamethrower it, and that'll be it.
By the way, Walton K. Martin on the YouTube. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/ at 1210WPHT. Says, so what miserable news do you have for us today, Nick, Dawn, Stalker? Play some music. The hell with the news.
I agree. You know what? We'll just we'll go a commercial-free rock block for about 17 minutes. Little Van Halen. Stalker will be playing the drums in his booth.
Phil Omquist, our associate producer, told me, and our video producer told me that today, in this day in history, music history, Glenn Frey from the Eagles died.
Oh,
so I would play some Eagles music, but unfortunately, it is it's all copywritten, so it will immediately get us taken down off YouTube.
The Eagles.
Yeah,
no, they're different Eagles. Come on, John.
So
God. All right, we got a lot of good stuff today. It's going to be a good show and a loaded cut sheet to boot because Kamala Harris was on The View yesterday. Well, I mean, talk about maybe a soft landing, potential future spot in employment, in media. Could you imagine Kamala being a daily panelist on The View?
By the way, guys, even your hero, Kaylee McEnany, said Kamala Harris did a very good job and a very effective messaging The View last night.
Okay, well, I'll be the judge of that, not Kaylee.
Gotcha.
Well, it was a low bar. I think Kaylee's going with,
No, about her messaging on abortion to an audience filled with women.
Yeah.
And her message was spot on. That was Kaylee McEnany's point.
Okay. We'll get to that as we continue. 6:06 Thursday morning. Let's get to round number one of the news. The great Dawn Stenzel.
Yes, good morning. Whew, we're 22 degrees, warming up to 36, but we are coming into another winter weather advisory, so we'll have the timing of the snow coming our way. We are sponsored this morning by United Tire. So there is a breaking news story that I'll begin with this morning. Philadelphia police investigating after a man was found stabbed this morning at a SEPTA station within the past hour. So we're police responding to the 15th Street station at Market Street in Center City. And they say that when they arrived, those officers who were called to the scene found a man stabbed in his back. So the man was, I don't know if the police, as they often do, just immediately transported him or if they got the ambulance there. I don't have a lot of details because this is still an active situation, but we know that the victim was rushed to a nearby hospital in an unknown condition. So we'll look for those updates this morning. But we've talked a lot about SEPTA and, of course, the tragic news of that innocent victim, the teenager who just turned 16 a couple weeks ago, who has died after that bullet ricocheted. Remember that? It was last week. And they do have two suspects, juveniles, 16 and 17 years old, who on that same platform, I believe, had opened fire.
Yep.
That happened, I think it was last Thursday, right?
Yeah.
It was last week.
I mean, I guess it's all a moot point because it all falls under the umbrella of crime in general in this city. But if I'm Sherelle Parker, I have to make the SEPTA-specific violence a top priority in my crime portfolio, so to speak. You really do. I mean, the amount of times we're talking about stuff, either in the subways or on these buses. I mean, the last thing you should be expecting is to be dealing with violence in public transportation. I mean, we got to do something about this. That should be the top initiative when it comes to crime in this city, in my opinion.
Yeah, and especially since we've talked about it, the school kids, especially if you're a high school senior, you don't have a bus.
Yep.
This is the transportation you take.
Yep.
But this is exactly why the Pennsylvania legislature passed that special prosecutor law, and our DA Krasner's been all upset about it. But Nick, I know we touched on this yesterday, but the fact that Krasner, where is he? He held that big news conference last week and talked about it's all about him.
Yeah.
Is he going to hold a news conference about this person?
And speaking of moot points, I mean, Sherelle Parker could say all the right things and want to implement the right things, and the police can arrest people. But if the district attorney doesn't prosecute you, that's kind of where the trail of justice hits an impasse, right?
Yeah.
And they're back on the street and, repeat offender.
It's so true.
The vicious cycle.
I mean, they now have said the 16 and 17-year-old Krasner's office did say at the time they'd be charged as adults. But we'll wait to see.
Okay.
I don't see the murder charge. Right. So, it's just frustrating indeed. Well, let's talk about what else is going on, because we do have suspects in custody, according to Philadelphia police. They assaulted a Philadelphia crossing guard. This happened in the Strawberry Mansion neighborhood, North Philadelphia, and it happened actually back on November 30th, right after school. And they say it was some kind of an altercation when a student who had just been assaulted approached the crossing guard and asked to use her phone to call a parent. So apparently the crossing guard was helping that victim. And when the crossing guard was helping the victim, that's according to police, when these women, and these are suspects who are women to my knowledge, yes, were brutally assaulted. So the teenage girl and the crossing guard, who they need to be treated in the hospital. I mean, there were 3 suspects in all, and 26-year-old Imani Thomas identified 18-year-old Destiny Sanders. They were just taken into custody. But as far as the crossing guard, I mean, she suffered brutal injuries, a severe beating.
It's terrible.
And the crossing guard, 29-year-old crossing guard, she tried to help that victim, that teen victim, get away from the girls, and she tried to help her on the bus. They literally grabbed the girl as she's trying to get on the bus and pull her back. I mean, and the crossing guard, even when they knocked her to the ground, the video is very disturbing. I mean, they're stomping on her head, on her. It's horribly violent.
Yeah, if you repeatedly stomp on somebody's head, and we've seen a lot of these videos where people just keep stomping away on somebody's skull, you charge them with attempted murder.
Well said.
That's what I would do.
Boom, there it is.
You're not going to kick somebody 12 times and smash their head on a concrete ground and get away with aggravated assault or anything like that. Now I'm charging you with attempted murder.
So police are thanking the public, because the witnesses came forward and helped them identify these individuals. There's still a 15-year-old out there who they believe who was involved, and they want her to turn herself in. But they feel they have the two main suspects here. Philadelphia police investigating this morning after they say another incident of vandalism has happened at the Holocaust Memorial site in the city. We've talked a lot about this. So this is the second time in 1 week the Horowitz-Wasserman Holocaust Memorial Plaza was targeted, and this is right on the Ben Franklin Parkway. So officers called to the scene yesterday, right there in the 1600 block of Arch Street, about 1:30. Actually, yes, they were called in the afternoon, and in this one, this is not spray paint or that sort of thing. You can see a man carrying bags of trash and dumped garbage all over the memorial. So, this is the second time here, and they're still investigating all of these situations. So I don't know that they're saying it's the same person. So it may be a different person. They're looking at that. The headline internationally for you, the U.S. carrying out another round of strikes against the Houthis in Yemen, according to U.S. officials. U.S. Central Command, marking the 4th time the U.S. has struck the Iran-backed rebel group in less than a week. Of course, we've talked about the fact that, the Biden administration flipped back to what the Trump administration did.
Put them back on the terrorist list.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, rightfully so. They should never have been taken off in the first place.
Amen to that. And Trump in New Hampshire, we'll talk about it. Last night, Trump in court earlier in the day. And Jason Kelsey speaking out, doing some interviews, just saying I think he did a podcast
with his brother.
With his brother, is that it?
Yeah.
And just talked about his emotions being too high to make an official retirement decision.
What's interesting about this is that I believe, Nick, you would know. Well, actually, maybe these days you wouldn't know this.
Okay.
Adam Schefter, I believe, reported it.
Yeah, he jumped the gun again, didn't he?
And apparently it wasn't. His sources were off, and it wasn't true. And this is the second time this guy has done this.
Yeah, he's whiffed multiple times recently.
Yeah. So I listened to the podcast yesterday.
Okay.
And it does seem like he is planning on retiring,
but hasn't officially
said it, and he didn't say it to his teammates like they reported.
I'll tell you, well, I mean, the way he hugged Jeff Stoutland, the offensive line coach, on Monday night and talked to him, it looked like he whispered something. I got the sense that, like, you could just read the kind of the writing on the wall, like he was telling him, like, I'm done, man, this is it.
Are sports journalists as bad as, news journalists? Because
not at the level of Adam Schefter. He's usually pretty darn good because
Is he?
he's compensated well and he's got the right sources and the agents feed him things. So, but like lower
He's
level,
getting ripped though, right?
Oh yeah, he should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean ultimately he may end up being right, but like the rush to get it out there.
This story, by the way, is not just locally here. Like they put it up on the Today Show. Like ESPN's been all over it. Like this is a national story.
Yeah.
So let's talk this morning about United Tire, our sponsor. Resolve to take care of your car this year at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, let United Tire help you get your new year in gear. Visit your locally owned United Tire. Just visit UnitedTire.com. 36 degrees today, melting a little bit, but warm up your snow shovels because it starts snowing overnight, later this evening, overnight, and just starting to snow, but the thick of it looks like it'll be mid-morning tomorrow.
Oh, great.
So depending on where you are, 3 to 6 inches. So, and for whatever reason, Central's Jersey, because we're allowed to say that now, because
yes,
Governor Phil Murphy
it's
said there is,
it's
it's official. But parts of Jersey really could see the 5-6 inches.
Okay.
So it's a weird storm, and I'm looking at these meteorologists, and they're saying, this is a hard one to call. So are they going to be wrong? Is it going to be 1 inch or is it going to be 10?
I think we have early dismissal tomorrow on Kayal and Company. We get out around 7:45. We just bag the cut sheet and we bail around 7:40.
Unlike every other job, that is not acceptable.
Well, Kayal and Company Newsline.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Thursday morning, 6:15. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. From run to drop DeSantis drop. From October 2022 through May of 2023, I was of the belief that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was the GOP's best chance to take the White House back from Joe Biden. But after 4 indictments from Biden's weaponized DOJ against Donald Trump and a disastrous presidential campaign from Ron DeSantis, it became obvious to me and many, if not all, that DeSantis wasn't ready and Trump's likelihood of winning re-election was better than I had anticipated. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was urged to strike now. Ron was told, don't make the same mistake Chris Christie did. Your stock is as high as it will ever be. Now is the time to pounce and cash in. The reality is this. Ron has no path. None. He will finish in third in New Hampshire. Trump will finish first. Nikki Haley, with the backing of Chris Sununu, will finish second, and DeSantis will finish third. And the same results will follow him to South Carolina, the home of Nikki Haley. It is officially time for Ron DeSantis to announce that he is suspending his campaign and that he fully endorses Donald Trump as the Republican nominee to defeat Joe Biden this November. Ron can go back to Florida, continue being the best governor in the United States, and also try to win points back with Trump's MAGA base. Learn from his mistakes, figure out how to be more relatable, more likable, fix your personality flaws, and perhaps he will be exactly what the Republican Party needs in 2028 when Donald Trump is out of the political space. DeSantis is a policy champion. He gets results. But in the past few days, there has been plenty revealed about him that show he has more issues and mistakes to correct than just his selection of boots with heels, awkward poses, and strange, uncomfortable smiles during human interactions. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, they say the following, quote, he tried a version of the Ted Cruz strategy by running to Mr. Trump's right on abortion and as an anti-woke warrior. But there isn't much room in that lane. The Florida governor earned some evangelical support in Iowa for Florida's ban on abortion after 6 weeks, but Mr. Trump ran as the president whose Supreme Court appointees voted to overturn Roe v. Wade. Mr. DeSantis waffled on aid to Ukraine to appeal to Trump voters, but this has made him look inconsistent, end quote. In a column from themessenger.com, they write a long exclusive titled The Inside Story of How Ron DeSantis Got Crushed by Donald Trump. And they say the following, Quote, after a year of high expectations and low results, of constant bad press and negative ads from opponents, of repeated shakeups and internal feuding, of strategic blunders and tactical mistakes, Ron DeSantis' campaign Monday suffered its biggest humiliation yet. DeSantis was, quote, never established and never established dominance, said Chris LaCavita, one of Trump's co-campaign managers, which told the Messenger that directly in July. Quote, if you want to be the man, you got to beat the man. Ron DeSantis is not the man. Donald Trump is the man, end quote. But the demise of DeSantis is really multi-pronged. His prickly personality estranged one-time allies, donors, and political pros. Said one DeSantis advisor, quote, we had to be perfect and lucky, and we were neither. The Messenger goes on to add, quote, at 45 years old, DeSantis had no close senior advisors older than he, and he had a reputation for disregarding advice and data that conflicted with his opinions. Quote, known for demanding loyalty, he doesn't frequently reciprocate. DeSantis established a top-down campaign structure designed to give him information he wanted to hear. Quote, critical voices didn't last long in his campaign, and the DeSantis campaign was too much of a DeSantis fan club, said one disillusioned consultant who used to work to elect Ron DeSantis. Said another, quote, Ron is the smartest guy in the room. Everyone else is an idiot. No one tells him he's wrong, so it didn't happen that often. Now, here is Ron DeSantis' official campaign launch ad back in May, one day before his Twitter Spaces with Elon Musk. Listen and watch this.
Our border is a disaster. Crime infests our cities. The federal government makes it harder for families to make ends meet, and the president flounders. But decline is a choice. Success is attainable, and freedom is worth fighting for. Righting the ship requires restoring sanity to our society, normalcy to our communities, and integrity to our institutions. Truth must be our foundation, and common sense can no longer be an uncommon virtue. In Florida, we proved that it can be done. We chose facts over fear, education over indoctrination, law and order over rioting and disorder. We held the line when freedom hung in the balance. We showed that we can and must revitalize America. We need the courage to lead and the strength to win. I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
All right, I said it then, I will say it again. Solid, not bad, not great, but solid, other than the fact he changed the pronunciation of his last name in that campaign message. Since then, though, it has been downhill. Remember, it's been my opinion that DeSantis was doomed the moment his Twitter Spaces official campaign launch with Elon Musk crashed and burned like a Tesla battery in the cold. And I would play you a clip of that debacle. And in fact, I have them in my email, but it was such a disaster filled with dead air, poor sound quality, and tech issues that you'd probably rather hear RFK Jr. clearing his throat for 10 minutes straight. And the Messenger agrees. They said the following: DeSantis fashioned himself as a different type of candidate, so he decided to have a different launch on May 25th with billionaire Elon Musk. It became a glitch-filled disaster, an easy metaphor for his troubled candidacy. When the sound finally worked in the event 17 minutes in, DeSantis was somehow talking about heady topics like Chevron deference, DEI, and ESG without explaining to his audience what any of it was. Quote, his campaign said, "We broke the internet." Actually, the internet broke your launch. Now DeSantis needs to realize the time is now to suspend your campaign and support Donald Trump. Go back to Florida, finish your second term strong as governor, keep kicking ass in the Sunshine State, learn the errors of your ways, fix what went wrong, and be prepared to lead the GOP in 2027 and 2028 to ensure that either Democratic power ends or what Trump gets rolling again keeps on rolling for another 8 years. 4 years of Trump will be good, but imagine 12 years of Trump and DeSantis and how great that could be. as unlikely as that might end up being. God only knows what America could end up being with 4 more years of Joe and then Gavin Newsom, or dare we even say Michelle Obama. But DeSantis is a Harvard guy, Ivy League educated. Now we will see just how smart he really is. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. Increase your spending power in 2024 with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards today. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction to DeSantis. Is it time to officially close up shop? And then Donald Trump caught red-handed. We will speculate. And then we'll be corrected by Dawn Stensland. As we continue, live on a Thursday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The popular Friends and Family Sale is back at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Welcome back in, 6:30, Kayal and Company, as we continue. That's always a good icebreaker, is it not? You just drop in a mustard from DeSantis, get rolling, get fired up. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday. We will get to Donald Trump coming up here in a couple of minutes. A lot of stuff out there with Trump, both on a petty front as well as a legal front. Nikki Haley in the news as well, and also Gavin Newsom, California, and some bans that could be coming to California. We'll get to all of that before we get to the cut sheet this morning. But I did want to kind of do that big take this morning on Ron DeSantis because I was thinking about the timeline of his political career yesterday. And you go back to his first term as governor, he was incredibly successful. But there was a point where he was struggling. And he went to Donald Trump. He received the Donald Trump endorsement, and then things kind of skyrocketed from there. He had a great first term. The guy rolls to re-election in the fall of 2022. You can argue he was the red wave, right? Because not many people came through and delivered like Ron DeSantis did, as we were all talking during the midterms. Red wave, red wave, red wave. You know, Florida and the governorship is a spot where the red wave really did roll through and deliver.
It's a good way to say it. I haven't heard anybody say that. That's a very good description of what happened in 2020.
I mean, you know,
whatever it was.
You know, the House took back, the Republicans took back the House, narrowly, but most people failed, whereas DeSantis rolled. But then, he runs this shadow campaign in the early portion of 2023. Right around this time last year, January and February, he was kind of lurking, kind of doing what Gavin Newsom is doing on the Democrat side of things. And then, in May, it becomes official. He puts out the ad. He does Twitter Spaces. It's a disaster. And the reality is he never recovered. Now, I still think he's not Ted Cruz. I don't believe that. I certainly don't think he's Chris Christie. But it is time to cut the cord. It is time to cut your losses and hope that, the people that feel burned in the state of Florida or those that are MAGA supporters that view DeSantis as disloyal start doing whatever you can. And it would start, I think, by saying emphatically that Donald Trump's the best option, and I fully support and endorse him to take down Joe Biden. Finish up your term, the whole bit. And I will say this, I'm not trying to bury DeSantis. Like, if Donald Trump did not exist, let's just say there was a GOP world today right now where Donald Trump was not around. Like, I think DeSantis would be the guy, and I think DeSantis would beat Joe Biden. I also think Nikki Haley would beat Joe Biden. So I'm not trying to bury him. It's just, like, you ran into a dynasty, bro.
You can make the argument, and I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of hate for saying this, but you could make the argument that if they didn't indict Trump as many times as they did, this might be a closer race than it actually is.
Possible, yes, because his polls kept going up every time they indicted him. But, there's no shame in losing to somebody that's got a stranglehold on an industry. Like, if you lose to Bill Belichick over the last 20 years with the Patriots, there's no shame in that. It's a dynasty. There's no shame in losing to Nick Saban at Alabama. It was a dynasty. Donald Trump's had a dynasty for 8-9 years on the GOP. There's no shame in losing to Donald Trump. He's a once-in-a-generation figure with a stranglehold over a party. There's no shame in that. There's a lot of people that would fall by the wayside to Trump. It's not an indictment against him. It just speaks volumes to how strong the support and love is for the guy that was the 45th president of the United States. So, I don't know. Maybe he's not salvageable, Dawn. Maybe there will be somebody. I mean, let's face it, 4 or 5 years is a long time to go. Maybe somebody breaks out and DeSantis was a one and done, and he flamed out. But it's just like time. Hey, I support Donald Trump. Go get it done and go back to Florida.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Right now, we are in the thick of this, right? But I think ultimately, once they realize this, listen to Nick Kayal, wake up, and then what do? We kind of forget about it. And then he comes back, and he'll be close to 50.
Yeah.
And so he will have been, I don't know, more seasoned, get rid of the mustard kind of that way he speaks. I know it's bizarre, but now you got that stinking mustard thing in my head. Every time I say it, mustard.
It's the worst thing.
Your voice matters.
It's the worst thing he could have ever done. Who would have known that on National Hot Dog Day, a throwaway question from Eric Bowling would be listened to by hundreds of thousands of people every day in morning drive in Philadelphia.
Our audience loves that damn drop.
I know.
I get tweets about it all the time, unsolicited.
Yeah, I know.
Like, not even in response to anything I tweet. Somebody will just tweet me, at Nick Kayal, mustard.
Mustard.
Because we all hear that. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just like, oh my goodness.
But on a serious note, and you heard some of those quotes there from the messenger as well as other sources, you're 45 years old. You're going to be 49, 50. You need to surround yourself with some more experienced people. You also need to put yourself around people and be willing to hear criticism. And if there's data points out there that says, hey, you're not resonating here, or people don't like this message, like, you need to take all of that into account to be the best version of yourself. It's like the same thing in this industry. There was a time 10 years ago where I didn't like to hear any criticism from my boss or from people about, hey, you could do this a little bit better, or why don't you tweak this? You think you know everything, you think you have everything figured out, but you need to evolve. And you're an Ivy League educated guy, and maybe there's a level of snootiness and I know better than everybody else, but obviously you don't, because you've been polling at 19%. So something hasn't clicked. So I think it's time to really have self-reflection professionally and be like, okay, how do I get better? Can I get better? Or am I just a quirky dude that's going to be a great governor, and that's the ceiling for me politically?
You could argue that this was good in a sense, a good exercise for people like DeSantis, Haley, Ramaswamy, to get their names out there. It shows you, look at all of these different individuals in the GOP, and you've said this multiple times, Nick, what a deep bench.
And young.
And youth too. So I just think Ramaswamy and especially Ron DeSantis, they're in the same lane. Anybody who would vote for either of them, and we talked about this yesterday, is going to, especially even with DeSantis, even though I think DeSantis really is more conservative than Trump.
Yeah.
But that's, I think that actually becomes a problem in a main primary election.
Sure.
But I just think ultimately, at the end of the day, we will look back on this and say, all right, they all circled around, and they need to do that sooner rather than later. But the country, and Republicans in particular, got to meet all of the future GOP members who, I think I would not be surprised if DeSantis is president someday. I would not certainly be surprised if Ramaswamy is president someday.
Don't forget Nikki. I know Vivek's 38, DeSantis is 45. Nikki's only 51 years old.
Yeah.
That's politically very young. She's 3 decades younger than Joe Biden, and she's learning things. And to your point
And
about
Trump, by the way.
To the bench. And Trump what?
And 3 decades younger than Trump, too.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Trump's almost 78. She's 51, 27 years.
Yeah.
So, you've got youth. You've got some, and oh, by the way, yes, Vivek doesn't really have any skins on the wall politically, but DeSantis is going to be a 2-term governor. Nikki Haley was a governor, ambassador, the whole bit. So I think it's time for all of them, but especially DeSantis. So if you guys have thoughts and you're in the DeSantis camp still, you can certainly chime in 855-839-1210. All right, a couple of things to get to here. You know what? Let's save this for the other side. I don't want to rush through this. A lot of people going off yesterday in the internet world and social media about Donald Trump. The Daily Mail catches him red-handed. What exactly is going on? We will discuss and have that conversation on the other side. Kayal and Company as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 640 on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, I'm so grateful for Piazza Auto Group, for Piazza Honda. That's what I drive, what my son drives, my teenage son drives. My stepson Jonathan went. He got a pre-owned vehicle from our friends at Piazza. And now we've got some exciting news because Piazza is welcoming 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore, as well as Maserati of the main line. Welcome in, both located on Lancaster Avenue. So you're going to receive the very same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. So find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and so much more at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Holy Rosary Regional School on Walton Road in Plymouth Meeting on Saturday, February 3rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you expecting a commercial there? Well, when describing the feeling of owning your own swim spa or hot tub, sometimes words can be hopelessly inadequate.
If you like what you hear, Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA can help by transforming your outdoor living space. Everything you need to bring luxury, health, and enjoyment home with you is waiting at Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SEPA.com.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Saying I love you is not the words I want to hear from you.
6:45. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue live on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210 to jump in on the show. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet 1 hour from now? And our buddy Sean Farash, Trump impersonator, coming up at 9 o'clock. I believe this will be his second appearance of 2024. So let's get to this Donald Trump caught red-handed story. The Daily Mail is always out there snapping photos and kind of picking up on things that usually the mainstream media either omits intentionally or flat out misses. And there's this picture of Trump yesterday in New York City where he is coming out from one of his buildings in New York, and he puts his right hand up in the air almost as if he is waving. And there's a bunch of red kind of blotches on his hand. His thumb right below the knuckle of his index finger, and then up towards the tip of his index finger.
It's up on YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT if you have not seen the photo of it.
That is correct. And the Daily Mail says, as Donald Trump waved at supporters today, he flashed bizarre red splotches on his right hand. DailyMail.com capturing him leaving Trump Tower early on Wednesday morning with the mysterious red spots on his hand on his way to court, where he is obviously dealing with the E. Jean Carroll testimony in his civil rights federal civil trial against him. But people on the internet were more occupied with guessing what caused the red marks on his fingers than the court case. Surprise, surprise, right? Because that's what the internet infatuates and obsesses over. And many people are saying things such as, oh, it's the fake suntan rubbing off. It's ketchup. It's too many jelly donuts.
Funny stuff.
Funny stuff, right? My guess, and what the hell do I know, right? He was in Iowa. It's cold. He's in New York. It's cold. So the first thing to me is cold, a reaction, an adverse reaction. Not saying hypothermia or anything like that, but I've had times where my toes have turned a little purple when I didn't wear warm enough socks and boots in the winter. That would be my first guess. Second guess would be stress and or anxiety. The dude's under a lot of pressure. You know, he's almost 78 years old. And then maybe the most radical explanation would be maybe a bit of arthritis. Guy golfs a lot. What do you mean no?
Golf.
Blisters from
golf.
Blisters.
Yeah, blisters from golf. That's
blisters
what,
from,
look.
So that so that's what you think it is?
Look at absolutely.
That's 100% what it is.
Yeah.
Look at Nick. You're a golfer. You should know this. Look at where it is on his index finger, the right part, or the thing on his palm there, and on it. That's how you hold a club, right?
Well, yes.
That's where you hold the club?
Yes. And
that's grip it tightly.
He's a right-hander, so he would have a glove on his left hand. That's his right hand, so that would not be gloved unless you're one of those whack jobs that wears gloves on both hands, which I don't trust those people. But that's a different story for a different day. My guess, I don't look. I know he plays a ton of golf, but has he been in Florida recently? Because that's about the only place you could probably play golf right now in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, he's back and forth.
Okay,
sure.
Because he's been in Iowa, New York, New Hampshire. Unless you're playing golf at in one of those indoor domes, you can't play golf right now this time of year unless you're in a tropical climate. My guess was it was just from being in the cold in Iowa.
No, look at it.
Yeah,
it's definitely
it's 100% blisters from golfing,
and they're common. I mean, they're common among golfers.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
especially if you're. They always say if you're making a big grip change. So maybe maybe I don't.
Listen to this.
Listen to Dawn.
Swing Tim Stensland.
I know.
The grip change.
It's the grip change.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But by the looks of it, so blisters like that take a while to heal, and he probably you're not supposed to pick at it.
Right.
We debate this in my house because don't pick at it. He picked at it.
We should get Opelka on the line. He plays more golf than Trump.
He was Opelka was in the YouTube chat. I'm not sure if he still is, but he was in the YouTube chat. So, Mike, if you're listening or you're watching, comment on the.
I got to be honest. Golf never came across my mind. I was thinking just hey, it's cold as hell out, and maybe
like chapped hands.
He didn't have
now. Chapped hands are more. It's more like almost scaly. Like those are blisters from gripping something. None of us. Not that he does a ton anyway, but none of us do. Hard labor, so we wouldn't know what blisters on the hand look like.
Right. Excuse me,
because okay, I'm sorry.
Well, Dawn does lawn work. And
I know
the two men on this show don't do any hard labor, so we would have no idea what blisters on our hand look like.
Nope.
But Nick, I gotta say to you, you play a lot of golf. You've never had blisters?
I have, but they've never looked like that. They're more like calluses. Like if you've ever been in a gym and you've lifted for a while and you didn't wear weightlifting gloves and you're gripping the dumbbells and the barbells and there's like that little tacky stuff on it, it starts to dig at your skin a little bit. But like I'm a guy that just leaves the callus go.
Joseph on the YouTube chat has a great comment, and I used to get this all the time because I played drums. Those are he didn't get it from that, but you like when you grip the drums too hard or you play them too. I used to get blisters on my hands all the time.
Yeah,
because I used to play really really hard.
I think lost in all of this is the real conversation that we should be having, not what exactly it is, but why this is such a big deal. And my guess is, now this is courtesy of the Daily Mail, so I have no idea if mainstream media is covering
this is something that lives online.
Yeah,
only.
Because I would think that mainstream media would want to cover this and make a big deal of it, because then they could start doing what they always do, take things out of context, and then start raising all the speculation and the fear of, oh my God, does Trump he's 78 years old. See, he's just like Joe. He's just as old. He could be going through some stuff at his elder point in his life as well. If I'm the Democrats, the left, the mainstream media, that's what I'm doing and saying, see, your guy's vulnerable as well.
It would be a mistake for them to do that. You know why?
Why?
Because any blue-collar guy, unlike the three of us, sorry, Dawn, but any blue-collar guy looks at that and be like, yeah, it's blisters from working.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's how most people who don't do what we do look at that stuff. They're like, yeah, of course, they're blisters from working. We get those all the time.
Yep.
But us, we're like speculating, like, what could it be? I don't know. Could it be this? Could it be that? Yeah.
What could it be?
I have blisters on my hands and all the time because especially in the summertime.
Right.
So right away when I saw it, I thought they're blisters from golf. He's probably changed his grip, but also to your point about going up north, when you have blisters and then you wear gloves, it makes it worse. Because then if your hand at all, if it perspires at all, which it's going to a little, then that rubs against
the friction.
And agitates your blister. To me, that's what happened.
Okay. Well, a lot of people were wondering what it was.
Michael Pelka is on the YouTube chat, and he says it's definitely golf. I said it on Twitter. Everybody needs to be first with things.
I know.
Calm down.
Yeah. Haven't we learned from Adam Schefter that being first doesn't mean you're always right?
We're having a conversation here.
Yeah.
The comments online were funny. One person said, early stage leprosy. Then to your point.
Measles.
Oh, measles.
Measles.
Yeah.
Come on. He was in Philadelphia. He got measles.
Yeah. One guy said he must have made a late night McDonald's run.
Mustard.
No, it's ketchup.
That's so cheap.
And James Carville, I said this at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
James Carville speculated that it was syphilis.
And now Of
course he was kidding.
Okay, he was kidding.
I don't. I mean, James Carville is he's nuts.
Okay.
So, you know.
All right.
But he said he had spoken to many doctor friends, and they said it's definitely syphilis.
Gotcha. All right. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 is the number on social media at 1210 WPHT. So a lot of people arriving at the conclusion, Dawn, Opelka, that this is golf related. And, I don't know, maybe he'll be asked about it when he comes out of a court, and he'll say that it's golf related. Might need to get new grips on his clubs.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Today he's not in court though because it's his mother-in-law's funeral.
Ah, that's correct.
Putting a little, put a little grip on there or something. A little tape.
Yep.
Can you put a little tape on?
Sure.
Yeah.
You do all sorts of stuff. Well, Tiger Woods had those issues for years with his fingers.
So the hand that you grip. I'm not a golfer, so I don't know. So
if you're right-handed, your dominant grip is your left
hand. Okay.
And then the right one just kind of comes in gently.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you don't want to squeeze the hell out of the club because that's how you don't hit the ball as far and things like that. I mean, a lot of people are saying
you want to pound it, you can, and then do like a dry rub.
So you can't. That's why you can't do a dry rub because your hands look like Trump then.
Yeah. Well, he's not doing much cooking.
You're right. That's correct. Not at that age. All right. His stove's kind of burned out a few years ago. We'll come back, kick off hour number 2 on a serious note with Donald Trump, a sleeping giant case that could very well impact 50% of what Jack Smith is trying to accomplish on the case with January 6th. If you are very fascinated about that from a legal perspective, it's a little wonky. We'll go through it. I think I've simplified it as good as you can. We'll do that when we kick off hour 2 after Dawn's news. Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock hour next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pennsylvanians need to renew their Medicaid coverage. Make sure you're ready. Losing your benefits could be costly. If you land in the emergency room for your kiddo's broken arm, and what about grandma's nursing home coverage? Don't put it all at risk. Stay covered. Get ready to renew your Medicaid or CHIP benefits. You can renew online through Compass, over the phone, or by returning your renewal packet in the mail. Learn more about how to renew at dhs.pa.gov/staycovered.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year, we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy new year. I've got new styles like my Dylan Sectional. New ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion Sofa. New mattresses for a new lease on life. New colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel Fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Contractually guaranteed. That NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing? Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Straight up 7 o'clock. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT coming up 7:45 this morning. We have another installment of What's on the Cut Sheet. Our buddy Sean Farash, Trump impersonator, at 9 o'clock this morning. Also, a couple of updates from California. We gave you the story on Monday. Maybe you missed this with it being MLK Jr. Day. Gavin Newsom, California, and the proposed ban for football for kids 12 and under. And then also the update. Remember, we had that stretch where football and blackface was running amok, supposedly. We had that one guy from Deadspin that accused the Chiefs fan, the kid, of wearing blackface. And then also the 8th grade boy in California that showed up at his football game for his high school wearing face paint, and he was suspended. We have an update on that story from California as well. And then also after the news, the sleeping giant Supreme Court case that could upend Jack Smith's prosecution of Donald Trump. Very interesting story if you like the legal minutia. It's fascinating because it feels like another theme and a trend that we have seen in a lot of these Trump indictments, where they are taking legal theories that are relatively untested and trying to stretch things out in order to get Donald Trump, so to speak. We'll get to that. A very interesting breakdown from Politico, and we'll get to that after the news. But speaking of the news, let's get to it. Round number 2, 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. It's cloudy, 24 degrees, but we are under a winter weather advisory, all kinds of alerts. So I'll tell you when it's going to begin to snow once again on this very chilly January day, Thursday morning, January 18th. We were sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. So much happening in the news that we've been talking about as Philadelphia police confirm they are searching for a suspect. They say that this is the second incident of vandalism at a Holocaust memorial site in the city of Philadelphia. Second time in a week. The Horwitz-Wasserman Holocaust Memorial Plaza was targeted on the Ben Franklin Parkway. So officers called in the afternoon. They said that a man carrying some trash bags had dumped garbage on the memorial. And so they're investigating that one. People from the foundation there were very upset about it, confirming this vandalism. I will say that as far as this one, they've released surveillance images. And we they're not coming out and saying that this was related. In other words, the same suspect on Sunday, a swastika was found to have been somebody spray painted on the building adjacent to the memorial, which is dedicated, of course, to remembering victims of the Holocaust and then educating others. So is this a case where, number one, obviously somebody painted the swastika, clearly anti-Semitism. This man did have this bag of junk that was there. Is this the same person? Is it a different person? So we don't have word if they're looking for one suspect, two suspects, etc. So
round up these vandals and then dispose of them.
Well, Temple University is now the latest local college to face a federal probe over its handling of anti-Semitism complaints on campus. So Temple responding to this, but the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights this week included the North Philadelphia University on its list of open investigations for alleged discrimination over failure to handle complaints about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. So this, as what's fascinating to me, Temple's in the headlines now. Now here's the deal: Temple released a statement saying, of course, they'll fully comply. They unequivocally condemn hate and discrimination against any person, and will always strive to ensure that all of their students, faculty, staff feel welcomed and safe in our community and throughout our campus. Apparently, there was a complaint filed against them by an Arlington, Virginia-based group, and so that in some way triggered this.
Mm-hmm.
But I will also say that what's fascinating to me, this happens, and we learn about Drexel and Rutgers universities and Muhlenberg colleges and Lehigh Valley.
Wow, yeah.
Lafayette, also on the department's list of nearly 100 open investigations into colleges.
Boy.
So
it's not just the Harvards and the Ivy League elites. I mean, my alma mater, Temple. I grew up 5 minutes from Lafayette College. That's in Easton, PA. Muhlenberg's in Allentown. Boy, we've really zeroed in locally on a lot of schools that I have some sort of knowledge or history of. Great.
So you mentioned the Ivy League, Nick.
Yep.
The University of Pennsylvania had been on the list, as we have reported, but Joe Biden's federal education department told Penn it dismissed the case because a lawsuit with the same allegations was filed in federal court. And so they said the relief sought is the same as would be provided if the department found a violation.
Okay.
So that one, U of Penn gets cleared, and now we see these other Drexel, Rutgers, Temple, all these other ones we're talking about. They are under investigation.
All right.
This going on. So that's continuing. I just wanted to bring you that one. We also have the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, the feds, releasing their preliminary report on a news chopper crash that killed a local 6ABC pilot and photographer right before Christmas. We talked about this, just a real tragic case here. These two gentlemen worked for 6ABC for about 2 decades. 67-year-old Monroe Smith, I know that he was husband, granddad, both beloved family men and community members. He lived in Glenside, and then Chris Doherty, 45, of Orland, Pennsylvania. They were both killed in that crash, December 19th.
Yeah, I think if I read correctly last night, they found no issues mechanically with the plane.
That's what they're saying.
So I'm wondering what the heck caused that crash.
Yeah, so that's the question. So they're tracking it. They released that. But they were on assignment. So they were in the northeast Philadelphia. It crashed over in Hamilton, New Jersey. They were on a scene. Then the assignment desk calls, clears them, then tries to contact them, radio them, can't get a hold of them, and that's when they start realizing this tragedy had unfolded. But for Doherty, by the way, the photographer on board the chopper, he's survived by 2 young daughters. He's 45, was 45 daughters and a wife. And then and he had a brother I know who works right now at NBC Sports in Philadelphia. So just, the whole thing is such a tragedy. I know there's so much local interest. What happened and what was it?
Right.
Because but this is preliminary. It could take a year for them to give us something more
Sure.
as far as this. So we're following that. We've also been following this breaking news story this morning about 5 o'clock. Just before 5 o'clock this morning, Philadelphia police are investigating this man who was found to have been stabbed on a SEPTA station, 15th Street Station, Market Street in Center City. So he was rushed to the hospital. We don't have a report of his condition. We just know that he was stabbed in the back. And of course, Philadelphia police confirming for us that the young teenager who had just celebrated his 16th birthday, by all accounts, an innocent bystander standing on the SEPTA platform there at the Market Frankfurt line last week. Authorities identified the victim and the two teenagers charged in the shooting. The victim, 16-year-old Tyshawn Wells of Philadelphia. I know his grieving family has been speaking out. By all accounts, he's standing on the platform. These other thugs are, one of them, they got in a fight, and apparently one of them, according to witnesses, turns to the crowd and just starts firing his handgun at a crowd of innocent people.
Amazing.
Ricochets off the wall,
Yep.
hits an innocent kid in the head.
Mm.
It's just, this is SEPTA. So these two tragedies in 1 week on SEPTA. And then we have these three suspects in custody after police say they assaulted a Philadelphia crossing guard in the Strawberry Mansion neighborhood. So they say they have all three at this point. That's the update. There was some kind of an altercation between the students. Apparently, some students were attacking a younger girl, 15-year-old victim. That's when she ran to the crossing guard, and now the crossing guard tries to help her. And now those attackers who are attacking the teen brutally beat this crossing guard. So now they say they have all three facing criminal charges. So that one is good news for that. U.S. carrying out another round of strikes against the Houthis in Yemen, according to U.S. officials, marking the fourth time the U.S. has struck the Iran-backed rebel group in less than a week. Just yesterday, the Biden administration, Joe Biden deciding that they are now relabeling, if you will, the Houthis as a terrorist group. And that was something that on day one, that was a reversal from the Trump administration. Trump, of course, had designated them as a terrorist group.
And rightfully so. Once again, Trump was right, Joe was wrong, and now Joe reverses course.
Amen.
That seems to be a common theme.
Want to talk about snow?
Well, I guess we have to, right?
Want to build a snowman?
There we go.
Uh-oh, I'm singing.
Give me another 6 inches on Friday. Why not? What the hell?
I know. I don't know if we're going to get 6 inches, but we're definitely, it looks like we're going to get 3 to 4. So in the forecast, the updated forecast from the National Weather Service is that today we get a day to melt a little bit and thaw out, 36 degrees with the high, turning cloudy for today. But then later this evening, dun, 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 and all the kids already, snow day.
Mm-hmm.
But we are under this winter weather advisory already because of the snow that's going to be moving in. So it looks like it happens later this evening, overnight, and then we get the bulk of that snow mid-morning after 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
And
a fun drive home for me tomorrow
I know.
at 10 o'clock.
Exactly.
You need a co-host tomorrow? I'll just stick around.
I know. We'll just hang out and have our own personal snow day here.
Yeah.
But they're saying for across the region, 5 inches, 6 inches, that's not out of the realm. If you look at the entire area for Philadelphia proper, they're saying right now 2 to 4. But the winter weather advisory, Berks, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Lancaster, Lehigh, Montgomery, Northampton, they put Philadelphia in there because of the amount of snow we're getting. But also Delaware, Kent, Newcastle counties, and New Jersey, all of South Jersey for sure. So it's going to be fun. I wonder if they're going to cancel school. I don't know.
I'm not going to see my lawn. Well, I don't really have a lawn. But I'm not going to see somebody else's lawn until February, am I?
Till Valentine's Day.
It's ridiculous.
We are sponsored by BudgetBlinds.com. Is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, as well as motorization. Free in-home consultations and the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. So ask about their exclusive inspired collection online. Check it out. You're going to love it. budgetblinds.com. Thank you, budgetblinds.com, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. We will come back and get into the latest with Donald Trump when it comes to Jack Smith. And there's a big question here whether or not prosecutors with the DOJ have been improperly using a law that is 22 years old and originally aimed at curbing financial crimes. And yes, we're talking about January 6th, and yet the DOJ is linking something from 2002 with financial crimes to get Trump. Why Joseph Fisher could be a saving grace for Donald Trump. That story, those details, next on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, Parks Casino is the #1 casino experience in the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because they really do have it all. It's the only casino I recommend. 3,200 state-of-the-art slots, 115 live table games, the best sports book on the entire East Coast, award-winning restaurants, New York's best club comedians every other Thursday night, and the best bands every weekend only at 360 Lounge. So top headliners every weekend at the 1,500-seat X-Site Center at Parks Casino. Headliners like comedian Colin Jost from Saturday Night Live headlines February 16th and 17th. Band of Horses rocking Parks Casino on February 10th. Comedian Nikki Glazer March 9th. And singer-songwriter Emmylou Harris March 22nd. Plus free parking, valet parking, electric vehicle charging stations for all guests. And for all things Parks Casino, you want to visit parkscasino.com, PARXcasino.com. This is how you win. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Start 2024 by building stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open our growth savings account and earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials as well. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
At Gerhardt's Appliances, there's never been a better time to renew your kitchen than now during our New Year New Kitchen Sales event. Level up your dish game with this GE stainless steel dishwasher with Dry Boost technology for only $3.99. Plus, buy more, save more on GE Profile kitchen package suites and laundry pairs. Shop local and save big at Gerhardt's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com DeSantis.com to request your new patient evaluation.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or maybe your shoulder. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. Your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers have treated tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment which gets you moving again and gets your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical. If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Do it. Call 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's on the cut sheet coming up? 7:45 this morning as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farash, Trump impressionist at 9 o'clock. Speaking of Donald Trump, the sleeping giant Supreme Court case that could upend Trump's prosecution, courtesy of Politico. Very fascinating story. And you know, I think a lot of times when you take these deep dives into legal stuff, it makes people completely confused, their eyes glaze over, their brains shut off. But it's a very simple thing. Anytime you read one of these like legal predictions and prognostications of a court case, just always look for at issue is whether blah, 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 blah. That is the only thing that you need to focus on if you are looking at this from an entry level. So this case is with Joseph W. Fisher versus the United States. And the Supreme Court has agreed to consider a case that doesn't mention the former President Donald Trump, but it could invalidate half of the January 6 charges from Jack Smith against Donald Trump. And in this case of Fisher v. the United States, at issue is whether, like I just mentioned here, whether prosecutors and the Department of Justice have been improperly using a 2002 law that was originally aimed at curbing financial crimes to prosecute a January 6th defendant named Joseph Fisher. And should the court side with Fisher, it would also call into question the use of the law against other January 6th defendants, including Donald Trump. Now, Smith's indictment contains 4 counts in total, and 2 of those are for obstruction of an official proceeding and for conspiracy to do so. Those crimes are part of a relatively recent criminal statute that governs financial disclosures. It's known as the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, or the SOX Act for short. Now, here's what you need to know about this. The Justice Department has used it to charge over 300 people involved in the January 6th insurrection case, and more than 150 of them have been convicted. But now this applies to all defendants that have been charged, including Fisher. They have argued that the obstruction of an official proceeding, part of the SOX Act, was only meant to apply narrowly to financial crimes similar to the ones that produced the law in the first place, and you cannot be using this as broadly as the DOJ has been using it in these January 6th cases. So here's the thing that is going, I think, in Trump's favor. as of this month, only 14 of the 22 cases have had a backed DOJ interpretation. 8 of them have had serious doubt or skepticism, and some have expressed doubts after the Supreme Court agreed to hear Fisher's case. In at least 2 of them, the trial judges have delayed the defendant's sentencing pending SCOTUS's ruling on this issue. So the impact of Fisher on the January 6th trial against Trump might not be known until the Supreme Court wraps up its term in June. Okay, so what does all of this mean? Now, I could be slightly off here. You know, the Jonathan Turleys of the world certainly know better than I do. But I would say that this comes down to, in my opinion, the legal interpretation of the law and whether Jack Smith, in this specific instance, is using an act with way too broad of an interpretation, trying to find a way to take this Sox Act, this Sarbanes-Oxley Act, and use that as your charging ground against Donald Trump. And if the smartest attorneys and legal minds and scholars, the Supreme Court of the United States, the court of last resort, if they say that Jack Smith is kind of, for layman's terms here, using this improperly, I mean, obviously not only does this Fisher cat get off, but then all of a sudden 50% of everything going against Trump, courtesy of Jack Smith, just gets wiped out completely. And it seems to me that this is the really disturbing trend here, because we go back to the first charge, we go way back, and it feels like years ago now, when Alvin Bragg came forward in Manhattan, and what was that, March? I think that was somewhere between March and Easter, where he came out with that whole statute of limitations had expired, and they were trying to bootstrap a misdemeanor to a felony to reactivate the ability to prosecute Trump for the Stormy Daniels hush money payments of $130,000. And this is the worst part of all of this is you have federal prosecutors, you have local DAs in boroughs like Manhattan, you have attorney generals like Letitia James in New York, you have the Fannie Willises of the world in Fulton County, Georgia, where they are not only campaigning against Trump and saying they're going to get Trump in an effort to be elected, and then when they get in there, in order to fulfill their campaign promises to their constituency, they take these untested legal theories, or they take acts that were intended for financial crimes, and Trump's dealing with financial crimes and prosecutions for sure, right? We've talked about it in New York in civil court with Letitia James, but here you are with January 6th, with insurrection or obstruction of justice or interrupting a proceeding, transition of power, so forth and so on down the list. And you're trying to tie this in and use this as kind of your path, your modus operandi to get Donald Trump. I mean, if the Supreme Court says, like, no, this is a broad overreach, you are not interpreting this act correctly, this is not applicable to January 6th and Donald Trump, well, then half of it goes away. And I think you're looking at, once again, more negative PR, and rightfully so, for prosecutors such as Jack Smith. That's my interpretation of this. This came out, this Fisher case, we talked about this in the middle of December, well before Christmas break. But Politico's got a very long, it's like a 6-page story. I tried to give you the Cliff Notes version of it. I think I'm relatively accurate with my interpretation of it. I'm sure there's probably more nuanced conversation. You know, the Jonathan Turleys of the world, the legal scholars that you see on TV, maybe like even an Ellie Honing on CNN, who at times says that some of these things against Trump are broad overreaches. But again, the question, the issue, at least from a legal standpoint, is whether prosecutors in the DOJ have been improperly using a law that was created 22 years ago, which, and I don't think I'm biased when I say this, when you look at just the trend and the pattern and the theme here, my guess is there's a solid chance. I can't quantify it. I don't know if it's 50-50, 60-40, 65-35, but it seems to me like this thing could be blown up by this Joseph W. Fisher v. United States. So I think that's something to keep an eye on here because, Trump has certainly said that Jack Smith is a deranged prosecutor, Merrick Garland, the whole thing, the weaponized DOJ. It's a really bad look. It's honestly embarrassing that you would like to think if you're a federal prosecutor for the Department of Justice, you kind of know a thing or two, right? And it's really sad that it's political and that you would jeopardize your reputation over what many maybe entry-level legal scholars would be like, this thing's going to get blown to hell. SCOTUS is going to make you look like a fool. That's my interpretation of it. So if you have any thoughts on that. But it wouldn't surprise me, right? Like, we've seen these trends and these themes with all of these prosecutors, whether it's local all the way up to a state AG to a federal prosecutor, Don.
Yeah, and I think one thing I will point out, because as people listen to you, what people might infer is it's SOX, because remember Trump, when he was talking about Mar-a-Lago and the documents, he was talking about the sock drawer of former President Clinton.
Yeah.
So there's physically Clinton's socks. That's not what this is.
No.
So I find, the latest Politico article where they say it's a sleeping giant case. I think it's fascinating that they are writing about it, because it is this financial, it's a law that's actually aimed to talk about corporate finances and that sort of thing. And so the fact that if they used that law or misused it, interpreted it in a way that they never should have, then boom, that's well over, not just Trump, 150 of these cases.
Yeah, because everybody's charged with the same thing here, basically. From Donald Trump on down the list with the obstruction of justice charge here. So, I mean, we've seen some of these people, I don't know, Joseph Fisher from Jake Fisher, but if, obviously legally, when there's a precedent that's established, if one person is found and prosecuted because they're all being prosecuted under the same act. So if one is deemed to be prosecuted, for lack of a better term, unfairly and not used in the right context with this act, well, then that goes on down the list. Bob Smith, Joe Johnson, Donald Trump, you're all off.
But it just shows you how this DOJ, how they had to look for something. So they take a law that was created basically after the Enron scandal, which was an accounting financial scandal that ripped off, all those employees. It was a horrifying situation. So lawmakers acted on that to try to prevent that kind of corporate misconduct in a financial way. It just shows you, when you look at this, what DOJ jumping through hoops, basically shopping for something that they could say, oh, this could apply.
It's a great point. Here's where Saturday Night Live had any stones in common sense. They would do a spoof and a parody bit where they would dress up one of the cast members as an attorney. He comes up from the basement after being down there for like 3 days. He's got his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and he's like, what do you think about the Sarbanes-Oxley Act? Could we get Trump under this one? I've been down there for 48 hours, and I think we've got about a 5% chance. That's what this feels like here, as I say that somewhat tongue-in-cheek. All right, 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. Updates on California insanity when we come back. But right now, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. It's January 18th, but at the Piazza Auto Group, they are still ringing in the new year, especially with their premium automobile line, and they want to wish everybody a happy 2024 because Piazza is excited. They keep on expanding in a world where everybody's contracting and cutting down. Piazza is excited to welcome 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the main line, both located on Lancaster Avenue. We've got some details coming up we'll tell you about next week. You will receive the same first-class customer experience that you have come to expect from all of the dealerships with Piazza, especially in their premium automobile line. You can find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti today. How about Maserati or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, Bavarian Motor Works, that's BMW for short, and more at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. And make sure you tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Pretzel Baconator.
Limited time only. At participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
This is Larry Steinitz of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Being present and in the moment for family activities was impossible because Will Burt was so focused on the constant pain in his leg.
My wife likes to take walks. I always kind of dreaded going on walks because they hurt. The boys both play baseball. I coach their teams. I was going to do them and be in pain and be uncomfortable and kind of sacrifice my own health.
An old Achilles injury left Will coping with agonizing pain until he discovered the natural biologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No surgery or steroids. The procedure took place in the office, and Will walked right out.
I feel great. There's no pain. There's no tenderness.
Patients like Will are feeling amazing and living their best lives.
Ironically, just got off the golf course today, so I think that's a good telltale sign that the Achilles is feeling better.
Don't be in pain another day. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 736. Welcome back in. Working our way towards the cut sheet at 745 as Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis work their way towards the New Hampshire primary coming up in just about 4 days. We will have some polling numbers and also the money that Donald Trump is spending to advertise on MSNBC, of all places, in New Hampshire.
What?
In an effort to slow Nikki down.
Say it ain't so, bro.
That is correct, although the polls might say otherwise, that you don't need to spend that money because maybe it's not as close as some of the experts are projecting. Those stories coming up after the cut sheet this morning, our buddy Sean Farash at 9 o'clock. But I do want to give two updates to two stories in the world of football from California, one of which we talked about a while back on this show, one of which we discussed Monday on MLK Jr. Day when Tony Bruno was in here. Coming out of the weekend, there was a story that a lawmaker in California was attempting to ban tackle football for children 12 years and under in the state of California. And Gavin Newsom has a moment of clarity, and he says, no. Parental freedom will exist in the state of California. I know. Let me take my glasses off, make sure I'm reading this correctly. Parental freedom in a blue state like California, we will not be banning youth football. So culture wars have come for football in California. And this story also courtesy of Politico, where it says Governor Gavin Newsom has saved California Democrats from themselves on Tuesday night by killing their proposal to ban youth tackle football, just as it threatened to become a national GOP talking point about government overreach in an election year. The ban that aimed to protecting young athletes from lifelong brain injuries was also rekindling the ire of parents who have protested over their rights in the liberal state, emotional fights that had previously centered around issues like vaccine and mask mandates and school policies on transgender students. Newsom's veto announcement came just a day before a planned Fox News segment that featured the bill's main opponent, a longtime youth football coach. He said, quote, "I am deeply concerned about the health and safety of our young athletes, but an outright ban is not the answer," Newsom said in a statement shared first with Politico. The assembly bill would have ended tackle football for players 12 years and under in the state of California. And then also, this is the thing that really is going to irk a lot of people. You have Assemblyman Kevin McCarty, not Kevin McCarthy, Kevin McCarty, the Sacramento Democrat, says, "I think it's a tough conversation to have," said the bill's author, Kevin McCarty. "We all like freedom and we all like rights. But every once in a while, the government needs to step in." No, not every once in a while the government needs to step in. You don't have a right to step in and tell parents what they should do. This goes back to the "they're all our children" conversation. Remember the White House and Karine Jean-Pierre and Joe Biden? They're the children of the community. No, the government, the schools, they don't raise your children. Parents raise their children. And Dawn, I would think this is interesting to you because you're a parent who's got boys that play football, and I've got girls, but if I had twin boys, Kristen and I would make the decision whether or not they should play tackle football, whether it's safe enough, and at what age they will start. Now, these brain injury things weren't discussed nearly as much as they are today. When I was 7 years old, I played flag football in 1991. My first year of playing contact tackle football with pads was 1992. My dad was a caveman, so if this conversation existed 30 years ago, he would have been like, "You get out there and you're damn sure not playing soccer, Nick, you wimp." That's what my dad would say. But, this is a conversation that every parent should have, and I don't think the state and the government should sit here and ban tackle football. Like, the brain stuff is legitimate when you're in high school and then you go to college and then you go to the NFL and then you play in the NFL for 12 years. I'm not saying that like the CTE thing is over exaggerated. It's a legit issue. Concussions are serious. But like for 12-year-olds, you're not creating the inertia and the energy and the momentum and the force and speed to have lifelong debilitating. And if you end up being like a kid that played football until he was 13 and then 30 years later you found out, you're probably 1 in a million, 1 in a billion, something like that. I just don't like the idea of the government ever stepping in on something like this.
Well, first of all, for Gavin Newsom, he's smart enough to know that these parents groups were going to challenge it, and it would become a states' rights issue.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore, it would have perhaps gone to the Supreme Court if they would have taken it, but it would have been thrown out in the courts, in my opinion. So he knew it was going nowhere. Second of all, you look at state by state. I know every state has rules. So here in Pennsylvania, because both my boys played tackle football starting in, 4th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are strict rules. If you're a big kid, you can only run so much. The rules are incredible. And they require starting as young as 4th, if they're in 4th grade tackle football, they require that they get the baseline. So they get all the brain imaging, all the MRIs that they get every year.
And the equipment has been modernized tremendously to protect players.
But the rules have changed.
Oh, yes.
And so, especially for younger kids, thank God the rules are changed, because sometimes you get a kid, if they've been held back or whatever, you go, that kid looks 20. These are fifth graders, you know. But they even account for some of that. That if a kid had a growth spurt, what have you, and so they've really done a good job of that. I will say, and in the high school level as well. I'll admit, when we talked about this yesterday. Actually, my husband and I were joking about it, because when all the moms were saying, Dawn, you're going to let your boys play, and Michael, first year broke his collarbone in fourth, whatever, they had broken bones. But my line was, what are the odds that they're going to be any good or they're going to like it? They're going to suck. They're going to do it a year, and then they'll go back to basketball and whatever, soccer. And sure enough, these kids played from 4th grade to 8th grade. They were the champion team. and some of them went on, Sam Brown right now playing at Rutgers. I mean, some of them went on to be some pretty big names. But so who knew that our group of kids would be the ones that were pretty good?
Yeah.
And they loved it.
Right.
But we just watched it. And so to your point, if you really do look up the stats on wrestling, girls cheerleading, who knew? I mean, some of the stuff where they're throwing the cheerleaders up and they're getting concussions. So all sports should be watched, should be monitored.
Yep.
And then we saw kids, I mean, there were some real tragedies where during the practices and the heat, and they overheat and they collapse. So the coaches nowadays are everybody. They have trainers, they have protocols. I think football, ironically, they do the best job for football because they've been under such scrutiny.
Yeah, it's been in the spotlight so much.
We need to watch all the other ones too.
And
I will say to you, Nick, get your girls involved in flag football for girls. They get a real ring. Emmy, my stepdaughter Stacia, her three kids. I'm a Mimi. So Emmeline, she's turning 10 this week. They get a ring, like a serious ring. They're the champions, you know. But the NFL has done a fantastic job with girls in sports with this flag football. It's a thing.
Yeah,
and they love it.
And football, in other sports too, but football specifically teaches you about discipline. And think about this too. Here's the adverse effect of a ban. Now all of a sudden, let's say you're a kid and you don't have a dad in your life, and your mom and wants to instill discipline and get you to be more focused. And now all of a sudden, instead of coming home from school at 6:30, 7 o'clock from football practice, you're out of school at 3:15. I don't know. The mom works 2 jobs. The kid's getting into trouble. And then next thing, there's a structure and a regimented approach to football that, especially in a world, ethic. Yeah, especially in a world where you don't have a lot of people that don't have a 2-parent household. That, and how many times do we hear the stories of, well, if it wasn't for this coach or if it wasn't for being part of a team, I would have ended up in a gang or selling drugs or committing crimes. So, you want to create this band to protect the brain, but have you thought about the adverse effect of not allowing these kids to do something that will probably keep them out of a lot of trouble? And the worst case is you burn off some energy.
Yes.
Right?
For boys and girls. But I will, you bring up a couple things. First of all, the mental health crisis that youth are experiencing, the unhealthiness, the obesity epidemic. It cures all of those things. But you brought up single parenthood, and I'm just going to say this, that when there's something about football, and I love it. I'm on a group text with my football moms. Some of them are texting me right now, they're listeners and this and that. You as a parent, or as a, let's say you're a single mom or single dad or divorced, whatever, you're part of the team. And so they have, let's say you've got a couple of kids and you're going to this one, all of a sudden you're coordinating. And so it really empowers and supports the parents, which especially if you are that single parent or maybe you're divorced and that sort of thing. Kids are going between 2 households. So it's like a backup for the parents.
And also, by the way, if you're at practice for 2.5 or 3 hours, that's 2.5 or 3 hours less of you being on TikTok or YouTube and zoning out like a vegetable on the couch and having these mental health breakdowns, and all of a sudden you start creating your own pronouns and no pronouns on the football field. I'll tell you that.
It's actually a really good point. That is a very, very good point. That the less time the more time you spend in sports.
Yeah, you're too tired to do anything else.
Group activities, the less time you're sitting there on TikTok bitching and complaining about something. That's a great point.
I almost forget how exhausting it was in high school.
Yeah.
I mean, getting up at 6 o'clock for school and then having football.
Yeah.
You didn't get home till 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
I mean, you had like a 13, 14-hour day.
Yeah, I can't complain. Like last night, I'm picking up David at 6:30 because he's in winter track, but also in shot put and whatnot and discus. But he's also in the school play.
Mhm.
So he got home at 7,
Right.
and was at school at 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
So
long day.
You look at, but to your point about mental health, but also just that level of discipline.
Yep.
Just remember, guys, we talk a lot on the show about the suburban woman vote and how it's that could upend the Trump candidacy. That is also the group that is trying to ban football in high schools. So
And middle schools.
And middle schools. So they are like, that is a group that with a bunch of women, no offense, Dawn, with a bunch of time on their hands, a ton of time on their hands.
Oh, believe me,
just looking to
I know
complain
these
about,
women.
just looking to complain about something. Like, well, my Johnny might get this. Okay, then if you don't want your kid to play football or sports, great. Then don't allow it. But don't tell me or Dawn or Nick that we can't have our kids play this because you deem it unsafe or you don't think it's acceptable.
That's correct.
But part of Greg, you get that part of this is that all the other kids or a lot of the other kids are doing it, and so this is what I dealt with in middle school. That was my line to moms. I was like, what are the odds? First of all, look at the rules, but also I'm not arguing with you. I'd rather they do basketball or golf or whatever. I would go along with it. But say, what are the odds they're going to suck at this? They're not going to like it. Yeah. It's tough. And then they're going to go back to their stuff. Well, they didn't. But that was sort of my way of saying, let it be for fourth grade. They look at the rules. But Greg, to your point, yeah, I know those moms. They're friends of mine. But we have to have the conversation, and then as they go along. But the problem is their kids see all this.
Yeah,
their kids are the ones going, well, so-and-so and so-and-so, all my friends get to do it, Mom. So that's why they want to shut us down.
Yep.
Because they don't want to be the one to say no and be the, that mom or that dad.
Indeed. All right, 7:49 Thursday morning. It is time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on Thursdays? Brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm going to start with Kamala Harris on The View yesterday.
I'm sorry.
A lot of people are saying that she had and not just liberals, but I brought up Kayleigh McEnany saying it was a powerful performance, not because she agreed with what she said, but who she's speaking to. We talk about the suburban moms all the time, and she is speaking to that base watching The View. Joy Behar asked a hard-hitting question about the crazies that are running in 2024, and Kamala Harris responded to that. This is Cut 10, Phil. Go.
And what are you going to do to stop the crazies?
I am scared as heck.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm traveling our country. There's an old saying that there are only two ways to run for office. Either without an opponent or scared.
Scared
so
or
on
unopposed.
all of those points, yes. We should all be scared.
There you go. Scared or unopposed.
So she got the phrase wrong?
She did, yeah. Without an opponent or scared. It's
Boy,
scared
I tell
or
you what, you look at that cast, what a panel of 7 geniuses up there. What's amazing is
scaring the
she's
suburban
scared.
mom.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
scared as heck, she said.
Yeah.
Is she scared of her administration and its policies?
Yeah.
That's what she should be scared of.
Obviously, they're selling fear, right? The threats to democracy, dictator on day one, all of that. And I know we'll get to the abortion stuff, which is actually somewhat substantive. But here's the thing with the scared as heck. So, yeah, they're going to continue selling the fear out of the fear playbook. But I think there are probably some Democrats out there, strategy people, maybe of the Carvilles of the world, where's your confidence? Where's your charisma? We're not scared of anything. We heard that clip, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, when Kamala was doing the ABC tour, which, The View is on ABC, where she's like, oh, no, we're going to win. We beat Trump once, and we'll beat him again. Like, excuse me. That should be the kind of tone you should be setting. Forget
I thought
messaging.
you were coughing for effect,
No.
like it makes you nauseous.
Yeah, no, it does. Well, it does, but it did not in that moment. Why don't you sell some hey, we got this, right? We've got you. Do you create any level of confidence in your own party?
Let me just say this. To be fair, it is you run on, oh my God, if we have another 4 years of this administration, we might not make it. I mean, that's what Trump is running on.
Right.
So if you're the opposing party, you run on, we can't have another 4 years of this doom and gloom, blah, 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 blah. When you're the party in power, you're running on optimism, which they are not.
Right.
They've completely flipped the script.
There's no that's the thing, and maybe I just didn't frame it the right way. Where's the if you're a Democrat out there that's a voter and you vote D, where has Joe or Kamala said, hey, if you do reelect us, I'm telling you right now, 25, 26, 27, 28, the economy is going to continue to get better and better and better. We're going to fix the border. I mean, immigration is now the number one issue. It's surpassed the economy, at least in Iowa, with caucus goers. Where is your game plan to fix, or at least forget fixing it, because they don't have a solution. Where's your sales pitch at with that? They have no sales pitch.
No, they got nothing.
And there's got to be even Obama's got to be dude, you need to start talking about this. It's the end of January 24.
Well, they can't run on hey, look how great everything is, because the public doesn't feel that. You can tell say all the numbers you want to, and the inflation is down here, and this is up here, and this gas prices are down from here. You can say all of that you want to, and maybe the economy reflects what you're saying. But if people aren't feeling it, it's not happening.
Yep.
So the public right now is not feeling economically satisfied. So they can't run on that, because that's not what the majority of people feel.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of the Jaws approach, as far as Spielberg, didn't really show the shark, but you just know, you're just claiming that it's dun 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 dun. It's a big monster lurking, and so it's be scared. It's the boogeyman. It's the MAGA Trump. It's it's all this smoke and mirror, because they're a disaster.
Yeah, and they can't run on policy accomplishments, but. Greg, you say we're not feeling it. People aren't, with the economy. But I would wonder and ask the question to those that listen to the Biden message: are you feeling the fear? Do you really, truly believe democracy is at stake? Because honestly, the right has more of a case of democracy is under attack when a DOJ goes after the top political rival. And when you have so many other instances here over the last 3.5 years where man, America doesn't seem like it used to be. Freedom of speech, this, censorship. And speaking of censorship, we just saw it. MSNBC did not air Donald Trump's victory speech. So the censorship is continuing through the media.
Well, what's interesting? Somebody brought this up on the YouTube chat yesterday. If Trump and Biden debate, will MSNBC cover it? Because they don't want to give what they say, airing to Trump's, falsehoods.
Mm-hmm.
So then, if he debates, are they not going to take it? Are they not going to cover it?
It's a great question. I actually think they would, because it's Joe on there as well. They won't put Trump out there in a solo setting where it's just Trump gas bagging into a mic.
Yeah, I get
but
it.
if their guys out there, they would have to. Could you imagine not airing a debate?
Well, I mean, of course they would. Of course they would, and it's a major news event. But what it proves, to Greg's point, is that it's all a bunch of BS.
Mm-hmm.
And them saying that we're not going to show Trump because blah blah blah. You're allegedly a news organization.
Right.
You cover news events.
Right. Whether you like it or whether what's being said is accurate or not. But newsflash, Debates feature a lot of stretching of the truth, fabrications, and flat-out lies. It's not for you to decide. It's for the American public, the voter, to make an informed decision or even an uninformed decision. It's your right to be an idiot. You have a right to be stupid and vote dumb. Yeah. Let the people decide, not the government and not the news networks.
Yeah, and these news networks, until Texas Governor Abbott put this in their faces in New York. Remember, we spoke about this. There was a time when the news networks were not covering the humanitarian crisis at the border. But then when Abbott, it was a game changer, as we've talked about. So remember, this is the news, the very type of news network that banned, if you will, censored that kind of news coverage of what was going on at the border until it was so far up there, they had to cover it.
Yeah.
And so they're not a news organization. Clearly, it's all commentary, and they're scared. They know that this issue of the border is now a huge issue because the border it's affecting everybody everywhere. And so that's what I think, in part, they're scared of. They're scared that they're going to take some of this live stuff, and you played it yesterday or day before, and then you see Trump, and what's he talking about? The border issues, the fentanyl drug issues, the crime.
Because it's a winning issue. Because it's
the
a winning
economy.
issue for him. Mm-hmm. Because people don't... Mm-hmm. The immigration issue is a huge issue. He won on it last time. There's no question in my mind that in 2016 he won on that. I believe that the majority of Americans feel the way Trump does and the GOP does on immigration. And if they stick with that, if they run with that, that is a winning issue for the GOP. Speaking of that, I'm moving on to cut 11 here, Phil. It was addressed on The View with Kamala Harris yesterday, and they don't really have an answer because they're coming at it from the immigration system has been broken for years. We're right now trying to clean up the mess. That is not an excuse that people want to hear. They want to know what you're doing now to stop the flood of illegals from coming in here. This is cut 11 where she addresses that. Phil, go.
Well, Madam Vice President, on that, I have to ask about border security. So 2023 was the biggest year for illegal border crossings, with resources stretched, fentanyl pouring into the country, cities pushed to the brink. Do you think this is a crisis, and what is being done to address the root causes of our immigration problem?
I think the segue couldn't be more perfect because, listen, first of all, everyone knows our immigration system is broken.
Right.
Okay. The first bill that we dropped, the first bill that we offered right after inauguration was to fix the immigration system. A comprehensive plan to deal with the immigration system. Do you think they've taken it up? No. We want solutions. The solutions are at hand. But frankly, we're in an election year, and the folks who want to return Donald Trump to the White House would prefer to talk about a broken immigration system instead of focusing on the solutions that are at hand and engaging in bipartisan work. Let's remember the days of George Bush, John McCain, even Lindsey Graham, who agreed that let's fix this. Let's work together on the solutions to fix this.
Yeah, but if you fix it, then it makes the Biden administration look good, and they don't want that.
But what are you doing to work with Republicans to try to solve this issue once and for all?
We offered a bill. We have offered that there would be, in the Senate, we have offered that there will be a bipartisan work to fix it. It literally was the first bill we passed. And I think it's critically important that we understand that there are petty politics at play on this issue as much as anything. We need solutions. The solutions are at hand. We have to work on them together. We have offered, for example, that in our security package coming up, $14 billion that we would like them to approve,
which Senate Republicans support,
to address this issue, and Senate Republicans support it. So, hey, let's all participate in solutions if we want to call ourselves leaders.
My goodness, wouldn't that be something if we all participated together?
Oh, there's the Wookster contributing.
Well,
that's her way of wrapping up the segment.
Okay, yeah, she's the traffic cop of the show. You got to get to break. Yeah. She's got Stalker in her ear.
It's funny, nobody mentions, hey, Biden was part of the Obama administration, and then President Obama had 2 years. Democrats held it all. Why didn't Obama and the Democrat Congress for 2 years, they certainly could have proposed all of this stuff, and the Democrats could have fixed all of it. How come they didn't? Kamala, I think you were a senator back then, right? So there has been, I know that traditionally for decades nobody's dealt with this, but to blame right now for her, has she been to the border?
No, she was the border czar, but she never went there.
Okay.
Then she was dubbed the AI czar, and they realized that was too much of a mismatch, so they took her off that, and now she's doing the ABC media circuit tour. But we talk about solutions. There's I forget, I saw this over the weekend. There's some nation, I forget where it is, I should remember this, but they have some sort of massive wall that's like 20, 30 feet high. It's got barbed wire everywhere. It goes like 8 feet below ground. This is a very simple concept. Human beings, when they run into something that's physically restrictive, it stops you, right? Like building a wall, finishing a wall. But so we can't do that until Trump gets reelected. So you could have more Border Patrol agents. You could have National Guard deployed there. You could have the military there. It's a very simple, if you want to fix it, it can be done. It's like the same thing with cleaning up drug zones in big blue cities. If we want to clean up Kensington, that can be done in 72 hours. So, like, we got to stop with these, like, well, we got to do this. Yeah, of course, in perfect theory, yes, politics in a harmonious world, everything's a bipartisan solution, and D and R doesn't matter, and you arrive at the conclusion to, work for the people. But we know it's all a bunch of hogwash.
We talked about the Biden administration selling fear. It's unusual for a party in power right now to say, "Oh my God, if this person or this group gets in, it's going to be the end of our democracy." Well, Joe Biden was joined by Barack Obama for a new campaign ad where they say that our democracy depends on you.
They're rolling out the Obamas, I'm telling you.
Cut 9 here, Phil, go.
Our democracy depends on you.
It really does, folks. That's no joke.
That's why we need you. We need your help to ensure Joe's leadership continues to guide us forward. We know the other side won't rest, so we can't either. Your donation will help give Joe and Kamala's campaign the resources it needs.
Let's make history again. Chip in now. Let's secure a brighter future together.
Boy, that was real low energy out of Joe.
I know.
I mean,
you couldn't get ramped up for 30 seconds, Pops?
It was so, like, you could tell how scripted it was.
Wow. And then the first words out of his mouth are not a joke. Like, I mean, he basically soundboarded us. It was like the Nick Kayal soundboard, for God's sakes.
It was everything for President Obama, former President Obama, to not just cringe visibly.
Yeah, I mean, you have to roll out a guy that's been out of office, technically, for 8 years to help his former VP. And if we did the math there, out of that 30 seconds, about 24 of it was Barack Obama. That's not a good look. When you have to go, and this is coming off of about a month ago where they rolled Hillary out. Remember they were saying that Hillary was going to be involved in the campaign? It is truly all hands on deck. I mean, any Democrat with a pulse of past history, whether it's Hillary, whether it's Barack, I mean, what's next? Will they bring out Bill? If it wasn't for the Epstein stuff, Bill Clinton would probably be doing commercials too.
It's true. At this stage, you think about Barack and Michelle Obama, and I imagine they hate the fact that people say this is an extension of the Obama administration. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's legacy. I mean, every president interviewed talks about that, and I just imagine he's thinking, he has to do this because the Democrats are in trouble and they want to hold the White House. But my sense of just his delivery with former President Obama is that this all makes him cringe. And let us not forget how he evolved on the border.
Yeah.
He dealt with the border and evolved. It's true that he was for the DACA kids and let people in initially, but then eventually he realized, no, this is too big of a problem. In his own in that 8-year period, he was like, nope, you're going back.
And never ever forget the famous quote from Barack Obama where he said, and I quote, don't underestimate Joe's ability to F things up. So you know that Barack knows Obama's a boob, and I genuinely think he probably doesn't like the guy. But he's like, you know what? Well, the one thing we have in common, we both have this disdain for Trump. So, okay, I'll come out of retirement. I'll hold your hand. You know, I carry a lot of weight. I have a lot of cachet with the left. Anytime I speak, it's gospel. Same thing with Michelle. Say what you want, but the Obamas are really well liked by those that voted for them. So,
and even those who didn't vote for them. Like, as people, I like them. They're celebrity. They are major celebrities. And so I just wonder how much weight do they carry for those, you know, yesterday, Greg really went into that whole thing about the sliver of voters, and you guys talked about that. So how much does Obama or Michelle and Barack Obama, how much of an influence do they have over that tiny sliver independent voters in times like these?
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
I'm not sure if you played this on your show yesterday, Dawn, or not, but we're going to play it here. The CNN obtained the 911 call for Secretary Lloyd Austin to be taken to the hospital, and there's some questions that I have. This is a CNN package that was put together on Jake Tapper's show yesterday, but I think it demonstrates what was going on and the secrecy around getting the ambulance there, making sure the lights weren't on. There was a lot of thought and deliberation put into this for something that the administration had no clue of. Mm-hmm. And my question is why? This is the CNN package from yesterday. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
Fairfax County 911, where is your emergency?
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's hospitalization was a secret from the start. At 7:11 p.m. on New Year's Day, an aide to Austin called 911.
My name is, and I work for...
In a recording of the call obtained by CNN, the aide's name is redacted, so is Austin's. But the street matches the address of the defense secretary's home. The aide asks the 911 dispatcher for the ambulance to remain silent, a request any caller can make.
Can I ask, can the ambulance not show up with lights and sirens? We're trying to remain a little subtle.
The dispatcher acknowledges the request, but says the ambulance cannot fully comply.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, usually when they turn into a residential neighborhood, they'll turn them off, but they're required by law to run with them with the main street.
On Wednesday, the Pentagon wouldn't say why Austin's aide wanted the ambulance to be subtle.
We're reviewing this. The Secretary has, again, taken responsibility in terms of the need for transparency as it relates to his medical care.
Austin was taken to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center with complications from a surgery to treat prostate cancer on December 22nd, a diagnosis that wasn't immediately disclosed to President Joe Biden or other senior national security officials.
Is he reporting any chest pain at all?
No.
Okay. Did he pass out, or does he feel like he's going to pass out?
No.
Okay. And like you said, he's awake, he's alert and oriented, he's not confused or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
One day later, Austin was admitted to the intensive care unit. It would be another 48 hours before the president knew Austin was in the hospital. One more day after that, until Congress and the public were notified. But Austin's initial diagnosis with prostate cancer, which occurred in early December, wasn't known until January 9th.
Do you have this in Secretary Austin?
I do. I'm sorry.
Was it allowed to do? I can't remember not to tell you earlier.
Yes.
Austin spent 2 weeks at Walter Reed Medical Center at a critical time for U.S. national security. The war in Gaza raged into its 4th month. Iranian proxies attacked international shipping in the Red Sea and launched more attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. And the U.S. carried out strikes against the Houthis in Yemen, which Austin authorized from the hospital.
Now, there are 2 reviews ongoing into the lack of notification, the lack of transparency here, one from the Office of the Secretary of Defense and one from the DOD Inspector General. Meanwhile, at this point, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is doing his work from home, where the Pentagon says he has the capabilities and the ability to access secure communications as needed by his job. At this point, Jake, no word on when we'll see him back in the Pentagon full time.
So this is, I'm going to say this is friendly fire as far as a self-inflicted wound. There's no reason to have any secrecy with this. There was no reason to cover it up and make it such a big-time issue. And it's all their own fault, whether it was intentionally not relayed or whether it was a communication failure or breakdown. If you just go about this, whether it's chain of command or, hey, The Secretary of Defense is having some major health concerns. You put the wheels in motion. Next man up. Everybody's alerted and informed. You get on the phone. You don't just send an email and assume somebody received it and read the email. This is like a disaster, but this whole thing could have been avoided from Jump Street if you had good communication and forget transparency. I mean, people did not know for multiple days. I mean, and I'm not trying to defend the Biden administration because, yes, there are wars going on and all sorts of conflict. But if the top guy is out and then the number 2 is in charge, or if the number 2's on vacation, then the number 3, I mean, you would think everything by and large abroad will still go according to plan. You would like to think that, right? So I don't understand we talk about like the Epstein cover-up when he died, when he was transported and taken out of a gown, and why he was taken to the morgue and why protocol wasn't followed. What's the point of hiding any of this?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, it's like the old Alexander Haig, who's in charge?
Yep.
Who was in charge? If the commander in chief, and I did bring this up yesterday, and some folks in the military and even higher up called in, and we're talking about this, that the fact that the president, the commander in chief, or the secretary of defense are often, they have special powers, in other words, obviously, where there are certain things happening in the world, they are the only ones who can trigger certain reactions or make certain decisions. And so my point to this is, number one, we know that the aide followed the protocols, they said, followed the protocols, notified the number 2 person who we've talked about was on a tropical vacation, much like the Bidens were. And so that individual apparently chose not to immediately say, hey, I'm the acting Secretary of Defense. I need to can you get a chopper here? How do I get home? I need to come back to D.C. and be there in person. That should have happened immediately.
Yep.
But what it also tells you is the culture of the Biden administration. Like, oh, we're hanging loose. We're all on VACO.
Yeah, nothing's buttoned up.
Right?
Yeah.
Can you even imagine if Donald J. Trump were president and he wasn't notified? That just would not have happened because you're fired, you're fired, you're fired. Everybody's fired. And by the way, they're all throwing the man under the bus who's in the intensive care unit for crying out loud. The aide did, according to all accounts, follow the protocols. I think the protocols are messed up, but more importantly, this culture of this White House, of this Biden administration, this is a messed up culture. It's like, what movie was that? What we have here is a failure to communicate, right?
Yep.
And this is supersized. Jeez Louise.
Yeah. It's funny to me because, even with my dopey job here, I
don't
run
have a job.
I run this radio station here.
I bring it.
So in the grand scheme of things, it's not as important as the Secretary of Defense.
Right.
But, I'm on vacation over Christmas, and I'm alerted on everything. I knew when a guest host was a little under the weather. I knew at what time certain guest hosts arrived at the radio. I was updated on everything just for this job.
We ran smoother for 12 days with you out than the United States government does without Lloyd Austin.
But I'm saying, I am, even though I was, 100 miles away, I was updated on everything because that's the way I want it to be.
Right.
And that's for a radio station. Can you imagine running the government like that?
Yeah.
In an important job as the Secretary of Defense?
And the idea of that 911 call, hey, can you turn the sirens and lights off? Hey, now, look, is Lloyd Austin important? Yes, he's technically sixth in charge. He's the Secretary of Defense. I'm sure there are people in the neighborhood that know, hey, Lloyd Austin lives at 2300 Jackson Street. But if Lloyd Austin was walking around anywhere in America in normal civilian clothes, you wouldn't know Lloyd Austin from John Austin. So this
or Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Or Stone Cold Steve Austin. So this secrecy thing, oh my God, it's like if you see Kamala Harris, you know Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
If you see Joe Biden, you know it's Joe Biden. Lloyd Austin just looks like an everyday civilian.
He does.
He doesn't get a lot of airtime.
No.
He's not a celebrity.
Yeah.
Come on.
We just reported how 1,500 young men and women were activated in New Jersey, South Jersey locally, and they gathered in Trenton, and their parents and grandparents and husbands and wives hugging, and they're being deployed to the Middle East. How do you draw the connection between the fact that you have less people, except for the Marines, less people joining in the military? Look at this commander-in-chief. I don't care what they say, and they keep trying to throw everybody under the bus. This is a commander-in-chief who you have to question the abilities of the commander-in-chief as far as competency and being in charge. And if your son or your brother, your husband, just was deployed.
It's a great point.
Oh, my God.
This is an awful campaign ad for, hey, join the military.
Right?
Right? And I'm sure there are plenty of patriots that will still join the military. But if you are on the fence and you're seeing the way this operation is being run right now, you're like, yeah, how about that trade school?
Yeah. So, when Kamala says, we should be scared. No. She and her president, her team are why we should be scared.
Remember they told us the adults were going to take back the White House?
Absolutely. And that's, by the way, there's a USA Today. When is this from? And I was surprised by this. There's a USA Today commentary recently that writes about that and says, remember when they took charge and the adults are, they said, the adults are back in charge. Mm-hmm. USA Today on the cover was talking about that with regard to this issue.
Yeah, and USA Today is very left-wing.
Yes.
Can I bring up something petty real fast, and then we'll get back to the cuts?
No pettiness, only serious talk.
I have Kamala Harris discussing Joe Biden's age. We'll get to that in just 1 second. There's debate on the YouTube chat about our placement in the 3-screen. Because apparently it was moved where...
I noticed I'm on the right now.
You're on the right now, and I'm on the left. Phil, can you jump on the mic real fast? Can you explain why we changed that?
It was changed basically because we just had to fix the computers when we were going from a guest, like Sean was on the 3-screen, all that good stuff, so it just ended up being that way.
Okay. Because they're saying that the left is the power chair.
Well, it's the Kutchi, so you are in power. Right?
No, but I don't want to be. I don't want to be in the power chair because it's not my show.
It's all of our shows. It's Kayal and Company.
Why is the left? I thought it was a little political statement that Greg's a little more.
No,
left.
That's not true. Come on.
Well, here's my issue. Why does it matter to the audience?
Why it's being debated.
Not to argue with my audience. Does it matter if I'm in the middle, if I'm on the right, if I'm on the left, if I'm in the bathroom? Does it really matter where I am?
Well, Kevin Poole says with this setup, it looks like it's Stalker & Co.
That's hysterical.
I don't like that. I want to be the last person everybody sees.
Kev, go out and get some rock salt. Salt your sidewalks. Make sure your shovel's nice and sharp.
Can we
listen, Kevin? You mind your own business. We'll place our threesome where we want.
That's right.
Everybody just cares that Dawn's in the middle, though. Yeah. But can I just say this though? Like, can we? I do agree with Look, I read all of these comments. Some of them I agree with. Some of them I don't.
I read none of the comments.
With this, I kind of agree. So Phil, your mic's still on. Can you switch us back? Is it hard?
Give you $10, Phil, if you say no.
It's hysterical.
Phil's like, I made an executive ruling as the chief of the video department. Don't question my authority.
Phil is doing a fabulous job.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Daniel Who.
Greg, I was just going to say, I won't do it while you're on the screen. I would have to put something else on so I can
I get you.
Make it
I get
seamless to the the viewing audience.
Right.
And the other thing I will say, when Nick is giving commentary, usually they'll take a tight shot of just Nick.
Yeah.
Phil's very good at going like toggling back and forth between who's talking when we're in the one-shot view.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see what we're talking about. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button if you have not done so as well. Okay, back to the issues here. But yes, let's next break. Yeah. Let's go back to.
It's weird because I would think screen right is. I don't know.
No. Left is the power chair. love
Kevin Pools.
I love that, man.
I'll tell you what.
It's
It
great.
is amazing, the audience, the things they pick up on.
Well, look,
I could sit here and say, we should impeach Trump a fifth time, and that'll go unnoticed.
Yep.
But if I scratch my nose, is Nick Kayal picking his nose?
They are. Well, let's take a poll. Yeah, Phil, can you put up a poll on the placement of the 3-screen? Word it however you want to. Should Nick be on the left or whatever? Okay.
Screen right,
Screen
Both
right,
of
screen
you
left.
need lights. I
Yeah.
just turned my light on.
Why don't we stack the screens like 1, 2, 3, top to bottom? We'll be like the DeSantis camp. We'll be a top-down administration.
There's hundreds of thousands of people listening on the app and on 1210
They couldn't
WPHT.
give a
They're
damn
like,
about it.
Who cares? Get to the issues.
This is
sorry.
get back
I'm
to
sorry.
Trump.
I'm sorry. I told you it was 2 more hours talking about Trump v. DeSantis. Look, we're the most interactive show on radio. I stand by that because we read every comment that comes in. Okay. Moving on.
So what's the poll question, real quick? Should the threesome be sideways or
that's not
who's
right.
on top?
Right. And what's on second?
Yeah, everybody thinks Nick should be on the left. I agree with that. Okay, let's go. Let's move on to cut 12 here, Phil. This is not from The View, but this is from ABC News Live. I believe this was on World News Tonight with David Muir. Kamala Harris was being interviewed, and the question was the concern about Biden's age. And this was her answer. Cut 12. Phil, go.
You obviously can't change the president's age. So what is your plan to try and change this perception? How do you do that?
I'll tell you the reality of it is, and I spent a lot of time with President Biden, be it in the Oval Office, in the Situation Room, and other places. He is extraordinarily smart. He has the ability to see around the corner in terms of what might be the challenges we face as a nation or globally.
But it doesn't seem that that's getting out and resonating with Americans, with a lot of your supporters. How do you cut through that and make sure that they're seeing the Joe Biden that you were just describing?
Well, I mean, listen, you're here with me in South Carolina. You saw every room we went in, the numbers of people who are there applauding quite loudly. And they're applauding for me and they're applauding for Joe Biden.
The ability to see around the corner, he can't see right in front of him. He doesn't know which way to go off of a stage. The guy falls off bikes. He goes up steps, down steps, he falls. I love this narrative, and Jill has been guilty of this as well. You know, Jill tells us, oh, Joe's got unbelievable energy. And I thought Kamala was going to bring up his stamina and how alert he is. Yet the American public never seems to see it. We've talked about it. The only time he even raises his voice is about January 6th. But if he's got the ability to see into the future and around the corner and down the block so well, did he not anticipate what was going to happen with the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan? Did he not anticipate when you take the Houthis off the terror list what happens, and now he has to reverse course and go back to what basically it's a mea culpa of, hey, you know what, Trump was right. This is a designated terrorist group and we should treat him as such. It's amazing. You know, his ability to predict, but I don't know. He never seems to project anything correctly. It's like he's living in a different alternate universe than the rest of us are.
2 more. So, look, this is I find this stuff completely entertaining, and Nick, I know you do as well. So there was on the Yes Network, the Boston Celtics played the Brooklyn Nets. Okay. And the commentators are Ian Eagle and Ryan Ruocco.
Yep, I know Ryan.
So they had a little spat while calling the game, and it spilled out into, like, it was very, I don't know, it was very petty.
Contentious?
Ian Eagle was the one who was complaining, and I just thought that this was funny, the way, because they're trying to call a basketball game, and they're complaining about one another. This is cut 1, Phil, go.
Threes coming from all over the place, and then everything that could go wrong, foul, ball goes in, N1, stops the clock, turnover, missed free throws when you got fouled of it. It was crazy.
Could I make one point?
Sure can.
I just want to say that earlier, you had a very patronizing tone towards me.
Whoa.
I fully understand what a slip screen is. I've been doing the NBA for 18 years. But the way you presented it initially was gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook.
So, like the audience, I wanted you to come back and explain yourself. And you then just took a firing line on me. and it was uncalled for.
Oh,
I don't think so.
That's
at all.
exactly what happened.
You are overly sensitive to
I
that.
am not.
Did you have a bad day today?
It's second game of a back-to-back.
The
It's
ride back from
very
Philly,
tough.
did it disturb you last night?
That was 2 hours with you, which is probably the reason why I've had enough tonight.
Oh.
Timeout.
Wow.
Dang.
Oh, how about that?
Wow.
How about-
Wow.
I think basically what he was saying was,
Sick of you. I'm sick of all of this shit. I'm done with it.
Iron Eagle, very famous, accomplished broadcaster. He does the NFL on CBS, and I guess he's locally does TV work for Brooklyn. That didn't sound playful.
Not at all.
Oh, no, he's
not
serious.
at all.
Yeah.
What did he say? You were demeaning?
Yeah.
You were demeaning.
I've been doing the league for 18 years. I know what a slip screen is. Deplorable.
I would love to know if there was ever a situation with Merrill and Mike, if they ever got into a little spat. I'm guessing not.
No, I would say no, just because Merrill just toes it right down the line.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
He loves the Eagles to death. So and he obviously, probably idolizes Mike Quick as a former player. So I would guess no. But I mean, there's been see that right there. You don't get that usually in broadcasts of games.
Yep.
That's something you would anticipate in a sports talk station.
Exactly.
Where radio guy working with the former player, and then and I've been in these situations before where during a commercial, the former player is ticked off about something, and I'm like, yeah, he took too many shots to the head. Man. I didn't say anything that would have really triggered you to be that mad at me, but okay, have at it. That's interesting.
For all the people, Dawn and I sometimes will get into it here, but for all the people that think that we don't love each other off.
I know, I love it.
Yeah, it's all playful, and she knows that. Half the stuff I say, I just do to antagonize her. I don't necessarily I don't even necessarily believe it. But they were.
This was serious.
That was serious.
That sounded legit. I agree.
Is there any resolution to that?
No, I just saw the clip floating around online yesterday.
Yeah.
I was just like, I need to play this.
Little
This is
dig at the city of Philadelphia as well.
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Well, you had a 2-hour drive from Philly. It was coming they were coming from a third world country.
Yeah.
Well, and sometimes I guess Philadelphia is a third with all the crime. So
I just love to hear people who are very buttoned up and no, this is us calling the game to have these meltdowns. It's hysterical.
Yeah.
One of my favorites is Casey Kasem. God rest his soul. When he was doing one of those countdown things, and he flipped out at
keep your feet on the floor and keep reaching for the stars.
Whoever his producer was, because he had to. He was going into up-tempo records talking about the death of a dog or something like that, and he was cursing.
So was
at
Casey
the producer.
Kasem a diva to his producers?
In that clip, it sounded like it. One more, and then we should break. The New England Patriots' new head coach, Jared Mayo.
Yep.
He held a press conference yesterday and put everybody on notice that he does see color. Because if you don't see color, then you see racism.
Oh.
So we're taking a sport now and we're putting racism into it.
So we're not talking about how we find a quarterback in New England or what kind of defense we'll run. We'll talk about we see racism everywhere.
He put every white player on notice. This is cut to Phil go.
I do see color because I believe if you don't see color, you can't see racism. And whatever happens, black, white, disabled person. I've always, even someone with disabilities, I always, for the most part, people are like, when they're young, they kind of make the spot hot. Younger people know what that means. But what I would say is, no, I want you to be able to go up to those people and really understand those people. So it goes back to whatever it is, black, white, yellow, it really doesn't matter, but it does matter so we can try to fix a problem that we all know we have.
Now, I don't know the context of the question or why a question of that subject matter would be asked, although I guess it shouldn't be a surprise in 2024 where sports media masquerades around as left-wing propagandists. So I would just say, you're replacing the greatest NFL coach of all time. You're going to be under intense pressure to live up to the New England standard. I would focus on the stuff that's probably going to either keep you employed or cost you your job.
Do you think so?
That would just be my advice, but, what do I know?
I mean, what a thing for an NFL coach to say is yep, I see color.
It's almost as bad as yesterday as somebody in the media asked the Tampa Bay head coach, Todd Bowles, how Tampa Bay is preparing for the brutal weather in Detroit.
Yep.
And the Lions play in a dome. And they've played in the Dome for half a century. Fireable offense.
Yeah, because they used to play in the Silverdome, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
My God, man. Forget sports media. We'll lump it all in together. Just mainstream media, sports news. I've never seen a collection of agendas and just ineptitude like I have seen now.
Yep.
And it started when I was kind of getting out of it 5 years ago, and I started losing interest in it. But, man, it's at a point now where it's like, they just give – and John, Dawn, you can speak to this. I mean, this is a journalism thing. Who gets credentialed? There's only so many credentials that go around, whether it's a White House press briefing or an Eagles post-game coaching press conference. Like, the quality that we now allow in to ask questions has gotten so poor from a journalism standard. Like, it's just – like, it really is the death of an industry.
It is, but at the same time, it allows for the birth of a new batch of journalists. Yeah. And so while TV news and certain broadcasting so-called news entities are dying or are dead and they just don't know it, we have the birth of a whole new batch of up-and-coming true journalists who are able because of the technology right now, they're able to reach audiences that maybe didn't feel represented before, didn't feel like they could get it straight. Mm-hmm. And so I think that it's fascinating to me. I mean, someday they'll look back at this time of innovation and technology. You think of the birth of the iPhone and social media and all of that.
Right.
So it's not a mistake. Or I should say, these things are not individually departmentalized.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the fact that we have all this political fighting and divisiveness, and then the parties redefining themselves.
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? And then we have a changing population, and we have all this new technology, and now journalism and media redefining itself. It all happens, about every 100 years. Yeah. And it has to do also with technology, invention, all of that. So I think it goes together.
I'm not a journalist. I didn't get a journalism degree. I took Intro to Broadcast Journalism. I took Intro to Communication, and I took one radio/TV course at Temple. But I have such an appreciation for the old school journalist that would ask the point blank question directly, representing the audience that you are paid to represent, and ask the question for your readership, your viewership, your listenership, your following, whatever it might be. I don't think it's a difficult profession as far as asking the question that people want answers to. And then we get all this other fluff, and it's like, what are we doing here? Your job is not to be buddy-buddy with Karine Jean-Pierre or Andy Reid or anybody else. Your job is to you should make them a little uncomfortable. Like, I think that's what real journalists do. I just feel like, the Matt Taibbis and the Barry Weisses of the world, those people are going by the wayside. And that's kind of my takeaway, is that we're bringing in a new era, and they might have the credentials and they might have the journalism degree, but the framework of it is just so pandering. Almost, it's like your job's not to toss up the softball or interrupt and answer the question for them. Your job's to make them answer the tough question.
Yeah, but I was shocked at one point because when I taught journalism as an adjunct professor locally, and one of the students said, yeah, but because I talked about Donald Gilmore, who's the only one who ever wrote a journalism law book that's still taught in some journalism schools, and they said, yeah, but if you're reporting this in an unbiased way, how do you really make a name for yourself and make all that money? Mm-hmm. And it was just a genuine, one of those, out of the mouths of babes come words of wisdom type moments. But that's the problem. You are incentivized right now to make waves, make headlines, do the clickbait.
Yep.
And look at Rachel Maddow. She's the most popular one. Mm-hmm. Claims she's a journalist, not.
Right.
And she makes a ton of money and only works basically Mondays.
Well, and wow. I don't know what her background is, if she has a degree or not, but there are plenty of people, like the Stephen A. Smiths of the world, the Jason Whitlocks from the Blaze. There are many people that did start off in newspaper journalism, but with the industry shifting to opinion-based content, they realized there was more money to be made for just opining as opposed to reporting. That's been one of the trends and themes for the last 10 or 15 years. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet round number 1. On the other side, we'll get Dawn's Big 3 at 8. And then at the top of the hour, our buddy Sean Farash, the great Trump impressionist and impersonator, he'll stop by. He's got a lot to say about what transpired in Iowa and what's on the verge of happening in New Hampshire. Kayal and Company, Big 3, coming up next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's the divisional round this weekend, starting Saturday at 4:30. And you can bet on it all at FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Houston at Baltimore. Green Bay at San Francisco. The game I like the Lions -6.5 against Tampa Bay. Nick was just talking about that in the last cut we played. I also like the Chiefs +2.5. They play at Buffalo on Sunday. You always have a spot in the playoffs with FanDuel. If you want to follow my picks, go to FanDuel.com right now, because new customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to join today. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1 million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
How are you feeling this morning? You know, you can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain. Do this for 2024. Make it your resolution for 2024. Don't go another year compromising because of that horrible pain, maybe in your knees, your shoulder, your aching back. Just call QC Kinetics now. Yeah, because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief, and your body has what it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. QC Kinetics can flip the switch, can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The future of pain treatments has arrived. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers treating tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America and across our region. And so many of you have told me what a game changer QC Kinetics has been in your lives. People suffering with back pain, hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis or maybe that past injury. So this is not some kind of a Band-Aid approach. This is a revolutionary treatment that gets you moving again. So you get your life back. And this is non-surgical. So this is the year you got to decide, fight back against that pain. Take the first step right now. Call QC Kinetics, get a free consultation, put it on the calendar, and do this for you. Do it today. Call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I heard you crying loud all the way across town. You've been searching for that someone, and it's me out on the crowd. As you sit around feeling sorry for yourself.
8:43. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. As just about 300 of you are doing that exact thing right now live. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. That's a pretty good number.
Yeah, buddy.
300 people just sitting around watching people talking to microphones.
Love it.
That's a good thing.
Love it.
Kind of like that. All right, we got Sean Farash, Trump impressionist, in about 15 minutes. But let's get some news and some stories that we have not discussed this morning. And for that, we go to Dawn Stenzlin at 8:44 for her Big Three at 8.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Yeah, so a Cape May fisherman at the heart of a case that's going to SCOTUS and could limit the power of federal regulators. They really think they have a winner in the Atlantic herring and the boats case that would sweep the modest fish into their holds by the millions. So the Supreme Court right now looking at this case, lawyers for the fishermen, including this Cape May fisherman, asking the court to overturn this 40-year-old decision that's among the most frequently cited high court cases in support of biggity-big regulatory power. But is it overreach? I know you talked about this the other day, but I wanted to point to you on this, that this is, in essence, a local story with a Cape May fisherman at the heart of this.
Mm-hmm. And so they are trying to argue that they should be able to continue on with what was been blocked now for 4 decades?
Yeah, ultimately, yes. And so, but I think they feel that because this is such a states' rights court, and that's really what this Supreme Court right now, everybody says, oh, they're conservative. They're really a states' rights court.
Is this an environmental thing here that we're talking about? I mean, obviously totally different from, like the windmills and things like that with, animals washing up on the shore. But was this installed to protect fish and different species of fish?
Ultimately, yes. But among other things, they're saying that they should have the right to deal with each state amongst itself.
Okay. And not have this be a federal.
Right.
Okay.
But it's, this is a huge case, and this court, if they're consistent, will they go against federal overreach, or will they stick with the states' rights?
Gotcha.
That's how I see it.
Okay.
But it's getting a lot of play, and especially, this is a huge industry that's taken a hit, but it's based in Cape May, New Jersey.
Okay.
So that was just argued yesterday. Because they're taking the arguments right now. I want to get to this story that you're going to love, and I'll just tease this a little bit. popular rapper Meek Mill in the news, and did he just endorse Donald Trump? It's a headline in the Inquirer, actually.
Oh, that must tick off the Inquirer.
Oh, sugar. So that's going on. But I wanted to get to this story that I couldn't get to yesterday that I love. And this is a local drone company that tracks deer. For example, for deer hunters, you know how if you shoot the deer and you don't kill, and then you are required to track it
down,
and obviously that's a humane thing to do.
Yep.
So this now there is this is a local story, but it's making national news, where a drone company that offers the service to say, hey, we're gonna help track that deer, and it's a humane thing to do. We'll help you find the deer, so you don't have to trek through the woods for whatever a day.
Yeah.
And make sure that we do the right thing. Well, now this local drone company they're threatening huge fines against this company and actually criminals. I mean, this all kind of goes together with overreach and that sort of thing. But, this is a great local story as far as, is it overreach? Should you, if you have a drone, should, in fact, this Chester County drone company owner actually faces at least 3 months in jail because he used the drone to recover a hunter's deer. 3 months behind, 90 days in jail.
Back in my day, Dawn, we just sat up in the tree with our shotgun and we put one right between the eyes of Bambi. And then we got out of that tree stand, went down and made us some venison stew. We didn't have all these gizmos like drones. That's a Mike Opelka thing. By the way, Mike Opelka uses a drone at time on the golf course.
Does he?
Yeah, he's got all kinds of contraptions. I could see him doing that if he was a hunter, although I don't think he's a hunter. Which, by the way, this is I might actually make a venison stew this weekend. You're talking about snow tomorrow and another bad cold weekend. You just cook up a pot of chili or stew and you let it sit for the day and you just keep going back for thirds and fourths while you're watching the NFL.
Where would one get venison, by the way?
You got to go to your local butcher.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't believe you can get venison too often in your local grocery store, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To go to a specialty shop.
I love venison, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tastes like chicken?
No, it's got a steaky
It's got a wild taste to it.
Yeah, it's got a gamey taste to it, but
Does
it
it?
kind of resembles steak. The first time I had it, I was hooked.
Venison stew. I'll bring some in.
I will. Okay. If I make it and I can track down some venison, and it's not, I don't even know what the cost would be this day and age. $40 a pound probably, or I could be way off. But yeah, it's good. You throw tomatoes, onions, all sorts of stuff, a little rice or a noodle with it. Make a nice little pot of it.
John on the YouTube chat says, Nick, I doubt if you can hit a bull in the ass with a banjo.
You're probably right. I couldn't throw the football into the Atlantic Ocean right now, I'll tell you that much. Right shoulder's a little stiff.
Well, in this case, it's the Pennsylvania Game Commission issuing these 4 citations against Downingtown resident Joshua Wingenroth. They actually ran an undercover sting operation on the Welsh Mountain Nature Preserve in Lancaster County, and he owns this Wingy Drone Services. He's charged with 2 counts of unlawful devices. You see, in Pennsylvania, I don't think it's illegal to golf with the use of drone to help you find your ball, but it is illegal to use electronic devices for hunting.
Okay.
And so they're trying to, there's a movement now to change the law because they're saying this is really the effort with the drone. It's not helping you hunt the deer, but rather if the deer is injured and you're trying to do the right thing. So it's making national news, by the way.
It's been a long time since I've went hunting. I've only gone once, and I absolutely loved it. I would love to do it. Here's an idea for the sales department. We ought to do a Kayal and Company winter hunting trip. Find like a
that'd be fun.
Like a Cabela's or like a local outlet that offers, hunting, weapons and things like that. Get some listeners that hunt. I'm sure we've got people in Bucks County that enjoy their hunting. And I would love to go out and go on a hunting trip, a guy's trip.
With listeners?
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
I don't know if we could legally do that and shoot guns.
There's always lawyers.
We're going to shoot guns with listeners.
That's right. Some of you will probably be rooting for me to take a stray.
Stop.
Odyssey is now hiring a new morning show host. Nick Kayal fell out of a tree stand.
I just thought, I know this local story is making national news.
Yeah.
But I thought it was amazing that Pennsylvania actually held a sting operation to catch this drone operator.
It's
And
a-
now
it's
he
good
faces,
good allocation of our resources.
right? And now he actually faces jail time, so he's fighting it. Will it go? I don't know. I don't know how far this will go in the courts, but I know that there's an effort to change these laws.
Okay.
That would help the hunters. All right, real quick here, because I want to get to this. You're going to love this story. This is rapper Meek Mill, who we know well. This was a story as Meek Mill. Remember, he was on probation. He had a battle with his judge. Ultimately, you had Mr. Kraft from the Patriots and people, wasn't it Dr. J? I mean, all these celebrities were coming to his aid saying this was ridiculous and help free Meek Mill. He was freed from jail, etc., after some probation violations. Well, now, if you look at the Philadelphia Inquirer today, it's talking about Meek Mill and his social media account. So apparently, the 36-year-old rapper had retweeted a clip that Kayal and Greg Stocker played yesterday of ex-presidential hopeful Vivek Ramaswamy endorsing on stage former President Donald Trump. So Mill comments, "Wait till y'all see who the black people in poverty voting for."
Oh.
This is what he comments on.
Okay.
And then he offers, because you know how Ramaswamy does his truths, and then you have True Social.
Yeah, and
So-
Vivek also had a promising rap career back in college, as you recall, remember?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Meek Mill could help him out with that, give some coaching.
Could you imagine Trump, Vivek, and Meek Mill on a stage together?
Oh, my gosh.
Joy Reid's new blonde hair will explode off of her scalp.
So Meek Mill offers his series of truths, quote, "There are two genders in this country, period."
Oh, boy, he's transphobic.
They're going to put him back in jail.
He is.
"Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism." This is Ramaswamy.
Those are his talking points that he tweets every day.
That he puts out there, but Meek Mill is like retweeting this stuff.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And so it says, so what they're talking about is Mill endorsing Trump or Ramaswamy. And then he was critical. He's been critical of Biden when Biden was in Allentown. What was that, last Friday?
Yep.
And he was criticizing Joe Biden. He, quote, "Joe Biden is too old to be our president. Respectfully, WTF is going on in the American system that y'all pushing this through like it's okay to trust what we're seeing." So,
Joe, do you have any comments on what Meek Mill
I
had
know.
to say?
It's a bunch of malarkey.
It's a bunch of malarkey.
burr, burr, burr. So what's going on with Meek Mill?
We've seen the polls. You know, Trump has gained in the black vote, and Joe Biden has gone from 87% support of the black vote to 63%. So maybe Meek Mill falls in that category.
I don't know. I mean, he remember he was at Governor Josh Shapiro's inauguration. He was up there on stage with him.
No.
So I think he's a big Shapiro supporter. But maybe, I don't know. I think he's calling out President Biden over here.
Sounds like both sidesism. This is a business move by Meek Mill.
Oh.
He wants conservatives and liberals to download his latest album.
We should try to get him. I don't know. We gotta work on this.
I think
and
maybe
figure this out.
Dom will have him on. Dom had Kane on yesterday. Former WWE wrestler is now the mayor of Knox County. I saw that.
I love
that was
it.
great.
Yeah, it was awesome. We are sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Best Work Industries for the Blind's e-commerce store, helping businesses succeed in all work environments. So bestworksupplycenter.com, offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, much more with free shipping and next day delivery. Shop now, save at bestworksupplycenter.com. Kayal and Company, Big Three.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 8:56. When we come back, the great Donald Trump impressionist, Sean Farash. His latest impersonations of Trump on all sorts of questions, from DeSantis to Haley to MSNBC censoring the victory speech. What does Donald Trump have to say about it? Find out next on Kayal and Company.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing? Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
It's January again, and that means we're all rethinking our food choices. Daily Harvest makes sticking to your goals super simple with their chef-crafted, frozen, ready-made meals delivered right to your door. From mouth-watering smoothies to savory bowls and gluten-free pastas, Daily Harvest food is built on organic fruits and vegetables. And the best part? There is never any gluten, dairy, or ultra-refined sugars. Visit dailyharvest.com and use code HARVEST for up to $65 off your first box, plus free shipping. Or find Daily Harvest in a grocery freezer aisle near you.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Start 2024 by building stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open our growth savings account and earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials as well. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
.901, welcome back in. It is Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour underway on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. This segment brought to you by Wawa, where they have the pizza. Get $5 off pizza when you order in the Wawa app or on your favorite delivery app. Starting at 4 p.m., it's pizza. Because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 to climb in. Our buddy Sean Farash joining us coming up in a couple of moments. Our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20, as well as What's on the cut sheet part due at the bottom of the hour. Also still ahead, and we might get to this shortly, the New Hampshire Republican presidential primary. Some of the polling numbers kind of running counter to this narrative out there that Nikki Haley is within striking distance of Trump in New Hampshire, all based and predicated on this Chris Sununu endorsement, and also some of the media trying to highlight how, well, Trump is now advertising on MSNBC in New Hampshire to slow Nikki Haley's momentum. I mean, that's obviously true, but I don't think it's a major concern. We'll get to those stories as we continue. Before we get to Sean, though, let me grab Ken, who is in Percy, and he's got a recommendation. I'm thinking this is something to do with hunting or venison, but I'm not sure. Ken, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show. How you doing?
We're doing good, Ken. Thank you.
Okay, what you want to do is Google Wild Fork. It's located in Horsham.
I've been getting tweets about that for the last 10 minutes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's legit. They've got everything from venison, elk, quail, you name it.
Yep.
Great place to go. That's definitely, if you want it, that's where you need to go to get the venison.
Generally speaking, Ken, what does a pound cost these days for venison? I mean, I was just at the grocery store, like ribeyes and strip steaks are like almost $30 a pound.
Yeah, you're over in some cases $25 a pound.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, easily. Hey, one other comment, and then I'll let you guys go. I work in the Lehigh Valley, and I happen to be one of those lucky people last week that Biden came into Emmaus.
Yep.
I can tell you right now, I walked up because I had no clue what was going on. Walked up to the barricades, and I said, "What's going on, everybody?" And they're, "Oh, well, Biden's in there." I'm like, "You got to be kidding me!" I said, "Where the heck is everybody?"
There's nobody there for Joe.
I'm just saying, you were able to walk up to where they had the barricades at, and there was little to no people. In fact, there was one guy who came home from work and was so pissed off that the Secret Service wouldn't let him into his house.
Wow.
And he had to wait about 2.5 hours. But I'm just saying, if you're hearing that there were tons of people, there were not tons of people there.
Yeah, and from the people that were there, and thank you so much, Ken, for the call and the recommendation. There were some, we talked about this on Monday with Bruno on MLK Jr. Day. There were chants in Allentown when he went to the bike store of Go Home Joe, which I thought was hysterical. I couldn't find them on social media, so nobody recorded it. But the New York Post had this story of chants of Go Home Joe in Allentown.
Funny.
And speaking of Joe and always coming back to Pennsylvania, I will say this. Even on, Friday, January 5th, when he was in Bluebell, remember how I was saying I was anticipating all of this traffic nightmare? When I left here at 10 o'clock, now I know he didn't speak until later mid-afternoon, 2, 3 o'clock. I had no issues getting home that day. And then after I got up from my nap, it was like 1:45. I ran to this little grocery store called McCaffrey's, and that has to be no less than a half mile from Montgomery County Community College. And this was at 1:45, and there was no backup of traffic. There was no closed roads. We were well within an hour and a half of his speech. I've got to imagine that he was probably on site or pretty close en route, and you would not know that the President of the United States was rolling through DeKalb and Skipback Pike in Bluebell.
Well, and that goes to your point about being inside MCC. Think about it. Now they control it. It's an auditorium. They make it look packed. Just like back in the day, remember they said, oh, well, for these outdoor drive-in rallies, everybody has to be 6 feet apart for everything because they always have to make it look like, oh, it's a full event. And so maybe part of that whole, oh, the weather is bad when it was raining on Saturday on January 6th.
Yep.
Maybe part of that, to your point, is that if you're in, Valley Forge National Park at a big venue, you would expect that, hey, they can welcome in thousands of people. How come only 55 people show up?
Mm-hmm.
Not a good look.
Right. And, obviously there's going to be people out there that talk about how unpopular he is, which is true. The polling is reflective of it. But again, you just have these people that exist that will not show up publicly. There's no hoopla. There's no fanfare. It's not the same thing like when Trump's motorcade rolls through. Mm-hmm. And it's the quiet voting majority probably for Democrats, where they're not excited or ecstatic about Joe, but come election day, they will still vote for him because of the alternative option in their warped mind of point of view, the way they think. So very interesting.
By the way, Biden's speaking at 2:15 today, just on Bidenomics.
Where?
I assume from
back in Pennsylvania again.
Yeah, right. No, I assume from the White House.
No.
He's holding a news conference.
And the subject's gonna. Here's what you got to do. Again, this is where Democrats and that are strategy experts. You got to ditch the Bidenomics thing, dude. Nobody buys it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Talk about backfiring.
You tried to do a play on words. You thought you were cute. You thought it was clever. It would carry a little substance if the economy was thriving. I would bag that whole concept.
By the way, Mango Mush on YouTube chat talking about venison. He says that venison is the cost of a bullet in labor.
It's well said.
I have like 9 deer that live behind my house, so you just come on over and
yeah. All right,
they're there every morning. I told my wife that I'm not going to hit a deer on the way to work. I'm going to hit a deer in our driveway because they're the time we leave.
Yeah, they're
always
nuisance.
out. They're always out.
Pain in the butt.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm over there. I'm in the yard, like, yo, get out, and I'm banging something. They look and they'll go.
Mm-hmm.
They literally have an attitude.
Yeah, they do.
Because
they're
they're
not like Bambi.
No, they're not scared.
You send Buddy Boy out there and cause hell?
Yeah, he'll bark at them, and they just look at him, and they make this noise.
Yeah, they don't care
it's
about
like,
Buddy either.
I'm being disrespected. I'm like the sportscaster. I'm disrespected.
Yeah.
I'm demeaned
I know.
by a deer.
All right. A couple of things here on the New Hampshire front. We're only 4 days away. And, we did the big take this morning. If you missed it, I talked about DeSantis and how he should drop out. Make this a two-person race. Nikki should be done by, Super Tuesday. And the reason DeSantis should drop is there's no path. He's going to finish third in New Hampshire. He's going to finish third in South Carolina, despite the fact that he finished, second in Iowa. But Donald Trump is now advertising on MSNBC in New Hampshire. This is from Semaphore. Donald Trump's campaign is buying attack ads now geared towards Nikki Haley, and they are airing and running on MSNBC, which is fascinating. I actually have seen a few Joe Biden ads on Fox News, so I guess that all that's the rule. You can't reject political ads on stations. I think there's some sort of rule.
There is.
Technically with radio as well.
Yes, there is.
You would know that.
But they're going to take the money.
Right.
They're not going to. The truth is, it's the rule. That's it. No, they're going to take the money.
You're always going to take the money. Money talks. So he's doing that. And, you can sit there, and I'm sure there's plenty of people within the Trump campaign or super PACs and things of that nature that look at data and says it's worth investing X to do this. So I totally understand that. But and we've ripped polls many times on this show, but for the most part, the Iowa polls, whether it's the Des Moines Register or any other one, was pretty close to being accurate. They, had Trump around 48%. He ended up being at 51. They missed on Nikki and Ron. Nikki was supposed to be around 20. She was at 16. DeSantis was around 16. He ended up at 21. But for the most part, they were relatively close. And I'm looking at all of the Real Clear polling averages for New Hampshire with Trump and Nikki. And I just wonder if it's really even worth focusing hardcore Trump financially with attack ads against Nikki Haley, because I'm looking at the Real Clear Politics average. Trump is up 13.3% on Nikki Haley. Then you have these other ones, and these are going through January back into December. The St. Anselm poll, Trump is up 14. The Boston Globe Suffolk poll, Trump is up 16 in New Hampshire. WHDH-TV Emerson poll, Trump up 16. Now, on the CNN poll, he's only up 7 points. Then you have some of these other ones, and they go all the way back from January 8th all the way down to, my God, November. And there's times where it fluctuates, where Trump's at 13, and I'm working from January 4th back into 2023. So going backwards, Trump was up 13, 14, 16, 16, 14, 7, 20, 14, 30, 15, 27, 22, 28.
Hike.
So as you go, yes, correct. So if you go back towards Thanksgiving and into Halloween, he had 25, 30-point leads, and it's gone down a little bit. But I don't get the, like, and I know Dawn, you've mentioned this, the Chris Sununu factor. I mean, I think it's enough of a factor that Nikki ends up beating DeSantis in New Hampshire. I don't think it's going to equate and materialize to anything when we're talking about Nikki's agenda of trying to, make this, as she said on Monday night, this is now a 2-horse race, and it's down to the two of us. DeSantis, even though I finished in third, you're done because you have no path. I don't envision any scenario where we emerge next Monday night after New Hampshire and we're like, wow, Nikki really was, she was in single digit. It was super, super close because Vivek has suspended his campaign. The Vivek support of 7.7% in Iowa, that's not going to Nikki Haley. That's going to Donald Trump now. I would assume. I can't imagine it goes to Nikki. Maybe a sliver would go to DeSantis, but probably goes to Trump because they're very similar with their presentation and their policy. But Trump spending money in New Hampshire against Nikki on MSNBC, smart move, desperate move, concerned move? What does that indicate? I don't think it's necessary. But then again, I'm not sitting there telling you how to spend your money or telling super PACs what to do either.
Well, I think that we talked about this after Iowa, that even though Ron DeSantis did a couple percentage points better than her, she's the one with the momentum and energy. So I think she's playing off of that, and it's a fundraise. It's also about the money. And so if you look at the money, she's brought in more money after being energized. And so there's a piece of that where she's like, hey, you can't take any of these for granted. Yeah. So if all she has to do is do better than expected. Mm-hmm. And then she's still relevant. She's still in the game. But at some point, it's the race for a number 2 that's being clobbered.
Right.
So at what point do you say, hey, I'm throwing in the hat?
Right. And then you look at some of the money where Nikki Haley's getting her money from endorsement-wise, or not endorsement-wise, but, being bankrolled, so to speak. She's backed by Democrat megadonor Reid Hoffman, who's the one really kind of funding her campaign with, many people that are in the know, that are deep into the, the weeds on this, say that he's got an unlimited amount of money. He's also the same man that's funding the lawsuits against Donald Trump. So you have Nikki Haley being basically bankrolled by a Democrat. We had that fun piece that we posted yesterday on YouTube where the artificial intelligence, Trump posted the picture on Instagram. Nikki Haley and Hillary Clinton merged together in a photo, and it became Hillary. Yep. So you have and I think this is another reason why many Trump supporters want nothing to do with Nikki, not even as VP. Because she's backed by a Democrat. She grew up, she was somebody that was inspired politically by Hillary Clinton to get into the political game. And this Reid Hoffman character not only is financing her, but he's the one financing a lot of the legal stuff going after Trump. This is where I think Vivek was very accurate when he said Nikki Haley's the Trojan horse. Pay attention to what's going on here. There's a reason why she's propped up by mainstream media. And maybe propped up is the wrong word. She doesn't get the same vitriol attack that DeSantis or Trump or even a Ramaswamy gets. The only two that were ever given a nice landing was Christie and Haley.
Here's what it is, and I don't mean to burst people's bubbles, but the real truth behind this is that this is Nikki Haley is a media creation. I will agree with that. But the media is creating it because they're dying for some sort of a horse race, because they need something to discuss and talk about. They need it to be like, well, look, you have to watch for the next week or two because New Hampshire's coming up, and she could win New Hampshire, and if she wins New Hampshire, that could change the trajectory of the. It's not going to change anything, even if she wins New Hampshire, and that's a huge if. I just think that the media is dying to make it a competitive race because they need content.
When you say though creation of the media, are you saying from a buzz standpoint? Because I want to be fair to Nikki Haley in this regard. she's an accomplished, successful politician. I mean,
Yeah.
you're talking about a 2-time governor of
Sure.
South Carolina. I mean, she's not somebody.
I'm not taking away her credentials.
Yeah. And like, it just seems to me that, yes, she. You know what the problem is? She could. I mean, I've said this for about 2 weeks now. I think Trump, Biden, and DeSantis could all beat Trump, DeSantis, and Haley could all beat Biden. But you look at, Nikki. I said this about DeSantis this morning. There's no shame in losing to Trump. So, we sit here and we mock Nikki Haley or whatever, or we don't like Nikki Haley's stance on this or that or the other thing. Keep in mind, she's, it's the same thing is applicable to her that is to DeSantis. You're running against a juggernaut. You're running against a guy who's had a dominant stranglehold for a decade almost on this party. It's not an indictment against her.
Before she kind of took off there, everybody put their things in the basket of Ron DeSantis. I couldn't think of the word there, but you know what I mean. Like, everybody's like, well, Ron DeSantis is going to be the guy. He's going to be the guy to beat Trump. This is going to happen. And then he comes out and he stumbles and he wears boots and he says mustard and he smiles awkwardly and he's just awkward. And they're like, well, guys, we need something else. Nikki Haley, she'll be the next savior for our sagging rating.
And she's had countless misfires as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 3 that come to my mind right off the top of my head. Her free speech stance on social media demanding your identity. That did not sit well with people. She got totally owned by Vivek on the you couldn't name 3 territories in Ukraine. That made her look bad. And then the most recent gaffe was her failure to admit that slavery was a part of the Civil War. So she has absolutely shot herself in the foot on countless occasions. So
I agree. And look, I'm not a Nikki Haley fan. I've been on record saying that. I'm not. That being said, is that I don't think it's this creation to keep Trump down. I think it is because really she's no threat to him. So I think it's a creation by the media to keep people interested in what they're talking about. Yep. Because cable news, Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, they need to keep viewers. So, how do you do that? You create these narratives where it's like, well, look, it's getting close here. We don't know what's going to happen in New Hampshire. We're guilty of it too here. Yep. So I understand the thinking behind it of let's, keep her out there because it's an interesting storyline.
Yeah.
So New Hampshire, I mean, you look at these, just to throw out some numbers for you guys.
Yeah.
Boston Globe, they had some interesting numbers. But, I mean, in all of these, Trump is above 50. So even though Haley is 36, 38, he's still way ahead.
There's no shot. There's no shot come Monday night when the results come in, assuming they have them Monday night, that she's in single digits with trailing Trump. I just cannot envision a scenario. I'd have to look at what the delegates are and stuff like that, because I know we talked about that as well with the results. I'm not saying Trump's going to sweep 98 out of 99 counties or anything like he did in Iowa, but I still expect a relatively decisive victory in New Hampshire. Chris Sununu. I mean, let's be honest. What does the governor endorsement get you? What did it get DeSantis in Iowa with Kim Reynolds?
One vote.
One vote.
That person.
Yeah.
And you have to just assume that person is going to vote for you.
Yes.
That's all endorsements get you is one vote.
Yeah. So there's Sununu in New Hampshire. Yeah.
There's really nobody that has their mind changed by, Joe Blow has endorsed it. This is a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not. It doesn't work like that.
I agree.
It's also weird, and we talked a little bit about Democrats, but it is weird that Joe Biden, because he gets embarrassed, and he was embarrassed with Iowa and whatever, so he wants South Carolina to be first, so now he's not on the ballot. That's a whole weird thing this year that we should point out that that's historic. We've never really seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
And so for Democrats, I think that's part of the reason that they're like, we want to be involved in all this too. You talked yesterday about how they had to print, they're trying to vote in the different.
They were they ran out of paper
in Iowa, and now they want to be involved in New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
So in New Hampshire, they're a little bit more like us in Pennsylvania. So you have to be designated as an independent, and then up until kind of almost the last minute in New Hampshire, if you're designated as an independent by a certain date, you can go both ways. You can choose. But then you do have to designate and say.
Okay. Gotcha.
So every state's obviously different, but I thought that was kind of interesting as far as New Hampshire goes. So we'll see, because we heard that the Democrats are trying to tip this and go toward Nikki Haley.
Right. All right, 9:22 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I suppose.
People usually want cute pets. Why would you go on such a hideous one?
I am hideous?
You are horrifying to look at, yes.
Huh.
But that's a good thing.
Oh?
When you're ugly and someone loves you, you know they love you for who you are.
Yeah, baby.
Beautiful people never know who to trust.
Well, then I'm certainly grateful to be ugly.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a digital movie download for Next Goal wins. Michael Fassbender stars in this hilarious and heartwarming, feel-good underdog comedy based on a true story by Academy Award-winning filmmaker Taika Waititi. Yes, Taika Waititi.
Very good.
Waititi. Score big by adding Next Goal wins to your movie collection today. Buy it now on digital, own it on Blu-ray February 27th. Call our 12-855-839-1210.
Did you hear that, Dawn? Watiti.
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 Yes.
Okay.
TT.
Say that 10 times fast.
Well, that's what we were saying about the guy in the background of Dick Morris in that video. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Throwback to yesterday's show, by the way.
If you missed it, that's
Yes.
on you.
So
We'll go back
fun.
and get it.
Yeah.
That's why we give you the Odyssey app.
Exactly.
All right, we'll get our winner when we come back, and then cut sheet part due. Also, have to rip Howard the hypocrite. Details when we continue next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase this sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous winter promotions.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get a tax refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt now. No fee refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, here to tell you about my new podcast, Search Engine. On Search Engine, we tackle the kinds of questions that keep you up at night. Like, why are drug dealers putting fentanyl in everything? Should we be worried that Elon Musk believes that we're living in a simulation? And, for the love of God, is it actually unsafe to drink the coffee on airplanes? On Search Engine, no question is too big and no question is too small. Listen and follow Search Engine with PJ Vogt and Odyssey Podcast. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Nice 9:30. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Get us on the free Odyssey app, social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, watch us on YouTube. Let's see if we have our winner for our morning mystery movie clip. We have Mario in National Park, New Jersey. Mario, good morning. How are you? And what movie clip did we just play for you, buddy?
That is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
That is correct, sir.
Buddy.
Congratulations.
Mario.
You got
Thanks
yourself
very much, guys.
the download for the movie.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you listening and playing. So quick programming note. Sean, unable to join us. We were unable to connect with him today.
Aw.
Hopefully we can reschedule for tomorrow and wrap up a Friday show. I mean, let's be honest. The 9 o'clock hour on Friday always turns into a disaster anyway. So, who better to do that than with a guy imitating
So
Donald
funny.
Trump?
Absolutely.
So hopefully, if we can get Sean tomorrow, I'll let everybody know, and we will reschedule with Mr. Farash.
Stuff happens. Bolts fall out. It's an imperfect world.
Yeah, that's right,
Bolts
Bender.
fall out.
Yep. The next screw that falls out is going to be you, Bender.
Yep.
By the way, can we get a break? I mean, we've aired every Adam Sandler movie 14 times on the Morning Mystery Movie Clip. Can we get a Breakfast Club one day, and not tomorrow? Like, maybe 3 weeks from now when people have forgotten what I'm ranting about right now. That would be really cool because The Breakfast Club's a great movie. All right. One thing before we get to the cut sheet, this is unbelievable. I got to rip.
What?
I got to rip Howard Stern.
I am woke, and I love it.
Yeah, well, you're a fraud. So here's the deal. Like, Kayal and Company, The Dawn Show, Dom, Rich, this station, we make our money through advertising with commercials.
Yep.
On satellite radio, to my knowledge at this day and age, they still don't use commercials. Now, I don't know why you would ever pay for satellite radio. I know some people get it for free, or new cars, a special offer, 12 months free, whatever it is. But Howard Stern, and this is a story that actually is not going to go away anytime soon. Well, people are still ranting and raving about the NFL playoff last Saturday, the wild card game between Kansas City and Miami being on Peacock, which you have to pay $5.99 a month for, or whatever it is, to stream. So Howard Stern is going off on his show saying that he and his staff are very irked by the fact that you have to go behind a paywall to watch sports content. And none of them were happy about it. Now, mind you, they complained about this while broadcasting exclusively on satellite radio, which sits behind a paywall. I mean, you talk about the ultimate hypocrisy. That guy is making millions upon millions of dollars based on the sole fact, again, because and satellite's been around for close to 20 years now. And I remember way back in the day when it first started, like, it wasn't built into your car radio. You had those little adapters that you would stick on the dashboard.
Yes.
Remember those?
Yes.
And there was no commercials. Now, maybe they do some commercials, but to my knowledge, they don't. So his whole existence on that platform is predicated on people that are so desperate to hear him still. They, back in the day when he was on, YSP or whatever, you got it for free, so to speak. And now these people pay for it, and he's on, 6 months out of the year, 3 days a week, or whatever he does, and he's on there complaining about it? I mean, you talk about tone deaf,
hypocrisy.
Man. That really is. So figured we would point that out. The big lead with the story of Howard Stern griping about the paywalls of Peacock. Well, get used to it, folks. I'm telling you, that's not going away. And Stucker, you said it last week or 2 weeks ago. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when that the Super Bowl will be on a pay-per-view basis. I mean, 50 million people, 100 million people watching it.
100%.
And on top of it, they'll probably still air commercials.
Absolutely they will. Why wouldn't they?
Right.
Because you're still, Peacock got 23 million viewers.
Well, and I saw Buck Sexton and Clay Travis were arguing about this, that if you're going to charge a streaming service with the other services where you can skip the commercials, or the premium subscription for a streaming service where you can bypass the commercials completely, then you can't air commercials during a Peacock broadcast of a football game if people are charging for it to begin with. To which I would say, well, this is not like a movie or a TV show that you're binge watching. You have timeouts in a sports broadcast. There's going to be dead air.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? And it's like, well, they can do live commercial reads. And I'm like, that's not going to happen. So you're going to have to deal with it one way or the other, or just don't watch it and then gripe about it on Twitter.
Well, you said it, and we are free. All you need is a car stereo, radio, whatever you have,
and patronize our advertisers.
The Odyssey app, it's free to download. YouTube is free to sign up for. Anything you want to, you can hear us. Yeah, all we ask is that you patronize and appreciate our advertisers, because they're the ones that keep us free.
That's correct. Without them, we are gone.
Yeah,
we are free, but we're not easy.
Hell yeah, Dawn. I'm a tough nut to crack. I don't know what that means. All right, 9:36. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet, part 2.
What's
Sheets.
I do. What's on the Country Part News? Excuse me. What's on the Country Part News? Sponsored by United Tires. Hopefully you have tires for tomorrow for the big snowstorm that's coming tomorrow. Big snowstorm. United Tire resolved to take care of your car this year at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between. Let United Tire help you get there. Get your new year in gear. Visit your locally owned United Tire or visit unitedtire.com. I'm sorry, I'm distracted by something. So just give me
What's
1 second. No,
distracting
it's fine.
No, take your time. Talk
United
about
Tire.
yourselves.
United Tire. Visit them. Make sure you have right tires.
Yeah, because the snow, they've changed it, by the way. 4 a.m. it starts snowing tomorrow morning. Just a heads up.
Right as I wake up.
What time? 4 a.m.?
4 a.m.
And then we start at 6 a.m.
There we go.
Right, okay.
Just a heads up to our crew.
Remote tomorrow? We do the show from home, everybody?
No. We'll get here.
Oh.
The issue will be
Leaving.
by about 10 o'clock in the morning. It starts to go from, being kind of light snow to pretty heavy snow.
Why don't I just do the second half of the show as I drive home in my truck on the phone? I'll be like Jim Cantori on the Weather Channel. I'll just do it. I'll give updates mid-rant.
Kale Cam.
Yeah.
Kale Cam. I
Kale
like it.
Cam live. You could do that for my show. We could do Kale Cam.
Yeah,
you could give us updates.
I'll do call-ins.
I would love that.
10:30, 11, 11:30.
How's 76? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. A little
Let's check in with
snowy.
Nick. That'd be
out
so
here
funny.
in Germantown Pike, Dawn, it's getting the visibility is diminished.
Isn't that what they do on local newscasts now?
Yeah.
They have a a camera that's
Mhm.
out in a car. Like, look at it snowing here on DeKalb Pike.
Yeah. We'll do Kale Cam.
Kale Cam.
How's Route 70 in Cherry Hill there?
There's a lot of sellable features for this program.
Yes.
Just saying.
Amen. Kale Cam sponsored by.
So Donald Trump held a press conference yesterday after coming out from the courtroom with what I understand was a very animated court proceeding. Yesterday, he savaged the judge afterwards, calling him a nasty man. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
Well, thank you very much. So, as you know, the First Lady's mother passed away. The funeral is tomorrow, and we would have assumed that for a trial like this, it's not an emergency in terms of timing. The judge would have been very nice and would let me go because I want to be at every trial day. Because I saw what happened in the first one where I was asked not to go by the lawyers very much. They said, it's demeaning. There was no evidence. There was no anything. And so I didn't go. And I understood exactly what he meant when he said it was demeaning. There was no reason to go and you shouldn't go. And I decided on this one, same judge, he's a radical Trump hater. And I said, I will go to all days. So what happened very terribly is we asked to just delay the trial for one day so I could go to the funeral tomorrow and then we could start Friday or Monday or any time they want. And he said, absolutely not. The trial will go on just as it is. You can go to the funeral or you can go to the trial, but you can't do both. I thought it was terrible. So he would rather have me miss the funeral or go to the funeral and miss the trial. And that's a nasty man. He's a nasty judge. He's a Trump-hating guy. And it's obvious to everybody in the court. It's a disgrace, frankly, what's happening. It's a disgrace. Happens to be a Clinton appointment, but I'm sure that has nothing to do with it. So that.
So is he? I'm assuming he's talking about Engamoron, correct?
No, this is Kaplan.
Oh,
I know. It's like who's on first,
right,
like all
right.
these different
I'm losing track
judges.
of judges.
I know, right?
I knew it wasn't Chutkin.
Yeah, this is Judge Kaplan.
Oh, this is for E. Jean
in the
Carroll.
E. Jean Carroll case.
Yes. Okay.
And so they requested this. I don't know. It usually, if you have a sudden death of an immediate family member like this,
Yeah, it's not like he's saying,
they let you
hey,
go to a funeral.
my buddy from high school passed
Right.
away. It's like, it's my mother-in-law,
Yeah.
for God's sake.
But I think they were arguing that he doesn't need to be there. He doesn't need to be at this trial, right? Because they're just determining damages, right? Or what he
But
owes.
he wants to be there, and there's no time constraints here. There's no this doesn't have anything to do with like a calendar. Like they could easily. I mean, is it a big deal one way or the other?
Yeah.
No, but it's like it just seems to be like a kind of a spiteful no, right?
It feels vindictive.
Yeah. Come on, dude.
He also, are you going to get into the courtroom stuff? He also was, I guess he was talking to his lawyers,
Mm-hmm.
and the judge, I guess, didn't really hear what he was saying, and in court. where he was like whispering to his lawyers while E. Jean Carroll's attorneys were speaking. So they complained.
Uh-huh.
And then the judge kept admonishing him. So there was a lot of, there was a lot of back and forth.
Speaking of Trump, just got an update. Our buddy Sean Farash just sent me a text.
Uh-oh.
He apologized. He had an emergency trip to the vet this morning.
Oh, God, don't tell me that.
He left his phone at home. His cat was throwing up.
Oh, okay.
Cat did not die.
Okay, good.
The cat was just puking.
Good.
So maybe he could talk about his kitty cat tomorrow.
Okay.
In Trump tone.
All right.
So we'll see if we get him tomorrow.
Pussycat.
So just make sure he can come on with us tomorrow.
Yep.
Same time, same bat channel.
That's
it's
correct.
always Fridays are better anyway. 'Cause you're right. We're all shot out of a cannon by 9 o'clock anyway. Democratic Representative Jasmine Crockett yesterday said that it is racist to send illegal immigrants to Democrat-run cities. Got it?
Yo, I got it.
Racist.
Well, everything is.
This is cut 7, Phil, go.
Republicans are yelling that states don't have the tools to help with migrants, but rather than work with Democrats, Republicans are targeting communities of color in Democratic cities like Chicago, New York, and Philadelphia. And while they say that it's about Democrat-run cities, I do want to point out another similarity that they have. These are cities that are run by African Americans. So while I know that they love to pretend as if there are no racial undertones, it is just striking to me that we specifically are going after African American run cities. And we talk about the mayor of New York. I don't know when I've ever seen so much bipartisanship and agreement out of the Republicans, but they continue to talk about what the mayor of New York has said.
Very interesting, right? So if you send, not that they're sanctuary cities, it's that
Right.
they're African American.
Yes,
run.
the Greg Abbotts of the world have said, "Hey, get me the map of all the cities that claim to be sanctuary cities, and I want to specifically send these buses not to just progressives, but make sure that they are run by African Americans. And you know what? Make it African American females, because I'm racist and sexist."
It's funny to me because for us, the poster person for the hell that's happened in this city was Mayor Kenny and Larry Krasner, two white guys.
Straight white cis males.
So it has nothing to do with race.
No.
It has to do with incompetence.
And it has everything to do with the cities that opened up their big fat mouths and said, "Yes, we're open for business. Hate has no home here. We will welcome you." Oh, wait a minute. We're full. But you know what? Full doesn't really sell, but racist.
All you have to do is
claim
attention. All you have to do is claim racism, and everybody's like, "Yeah, racist. Yeah, it's racist for them to look." Okay.
Yep. When in doubt, just claim racism.
Luckily,
That's what I'm going to start doing.
Seeing the great numbers of people that are in favor of closing the border, doing something about this. It's very bipartisan. I think something like 14 Democrats I saw sided with the Republicans on the border,
which is an interesting switcheroo, isn't it?
It is.
I was told national security was racist as well.
Well, on CNN, Nick, I know the other day you did a big take on the illegal immigrants closing that school in Brooklyn, I think it was, or the Bronx,
with
whatever.
a mom that was ticked off.
Brooklyn.
Somebody on CNN say that it's misleading to say that New York City closed schools for illegals because it was only for one day.
Only one day.
Listen to this logic. This is cut 8, Phil, go.
Last week, as a big storm approached, they had a camp of undocumented immigrants, a couple thousand of them, living in tents. They were worried about the impact of the storm, so they moved them into a school and they had the students study from home for one day. Yes, this made a lot of parents angry. People complained about it. But the next day, the immigrants were back in the tents and the students were back in the classroom. For him to imply somehow that the school was taken over and this was some sort of permanent situation is at very least misleading. Laura?
Nobody ever claimed it was permanent. In fact, we knew it was temporary, but one day is still the fact that we are putting the safety and welfare over illegal immigrants, over tax-paying parents and children in schools after the debacle of virtual schooling is, in the words of Dawn Stensland, it's a sin.
It is.
And by the way, it was more than a day because the problem was that after the parents realized that 2,000 folks, were sleeping all over the floors, they felt it was unhygienic. That was the term, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they felt that they needed to clean everything, and they don't know if people are vaccinated with things like measles, right? And so they're just saying no.
Yeah. They never think it through, do they? They're always just worried about feelings. All right, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We'll come back, find out who on Twitter and YouTube today, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But what's on tap with the Piazza Auto Group? Well, they are ringing in the new year as our friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles want to wish everyone a happy 2024. And in a day and age of downsizing, Piazza is doing the opposite because business is thriving. They're excited to welcome 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the Main Line, both located on Lancaster Avenue. And you will find out some details that we are doing with Piazza next week. But right now, you're still going to receive the same first-class customer experience that you have come to expect from the Piazza Premium Automobile Group. And you can find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or how about luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover. I'm telling you, one day I'm getting that Range Rover, baby. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. Check them out online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, and tell them Nick sent you.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news brought to you by BetterHelp. The advances of technology have reached a milestone in capacities to archive knowledge and data similar to the human mind. The good news is the progress of artificial intelligence is still controlled by human intelligence. Let's not be afraid of AI as long as it is programmed by the genius of humanity. This is sponsored by BetterHelp. Therapy helps you find your strengths. Learning positive coping empowers you to be the best of yourself. If you're thinking about engaging in therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's all online. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/good news today to get 10% off of your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
Is your broker telling you to stay the course? Market volatility, fees, and inflation cost Wall Street investors trillions of dollars last year. Can you afford to continue those losses into 2024?
If your broker is telling you to stay the course and hope things will get better, they won't. We are Frank and Vicki Ball, and we've been with Crash Proof since 2014.
Right now, it's not just investments are going down, prices are going up, and that's one thing that we do not worry about. We've been really satisfied and grateful for our returns within the Crash Proof system to be able to have our funds grow, keep the interest, and not pay any fees has been just a great gift.
Learn more about the proven solution that stopped all market losses and fights inflation for over 5,000 Crash Proof consumers at the Copperfield Inn on February 7th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive. Like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
9:53. It is Kayal and Company rolling on live here on this Thursday morning. The Dawn Show coming up in just about 7 minutes. And we find out what she has lined up for 10 o'clock this morning.
So there's right now the Mayorkas, impeachment hearings continue. So there's a lot going on nationally, internationally, and for the show. So I'll update you off the top. Also, the National Weather Service just releasing the fact that the long wait for 6 inches may be over for us. Yes, looks like 6 inches of snow.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures.
That's right.
Yeah.
A long wait for 6 inches.
You can't wait forever, right?
So we have a lot of updates for you.
Yeah.
And we have at 10:05, we're going to talk to my friend Jennifer Stefano. She has a piece, her latest piece in the Inquirer, and talking about Philadelphia's Mayor Sherelle Parker and what she needs to do as far as her truth.
You are.
I know, Greg. Greg knows
dirty.
me so well.
You're very dirty.
What? I'm quoting the National Weather Service. You want to pound it? You can. That's from a cooking show.
Like a dry rub.
What are you guys thinking?
Yeah,
that's right.
And then 11, our friend Anthony Hennon of the Center Square. So a lot of state news. And so we'll zoom out, look at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in particular. But we are watching these snow totals because Philadelphia now they're increasing the numbers. So there are all kinds of National Weather Service. Bucks County, for example, they're saying could get, it looks like 5 inches
Whoa,
plus.
5 inches.
Bucks County.
What will we do, folks?
I know.
I wonder if the criminals will get the memo. Like, hey, bad weather coming. Let's pause the shootings and the stabbings for a day. There'll be like a Philadelphia ceasefire due to inclement weather. We can get back to scheduled programming the next day.
The timing matters.
It does.
So we're watching this.
All right. Dawn Show coming up in 5 minutes as we wrap up today with Who Won Twitter Today.
Who won Twitter?
Santo, our buddy Santo on Twitter. He says, I'm on a Spirit flight to AC. Glad they have Wi-Fi so I can listen to 1210 WPHT. He does say when you die, if you see a Spirit plane waiting, you're probably going to hell. I'm sure Satan flies folks to hell on Spirit Airlines.
Wait, he's taking a flight to AC?
Yeah.
Who flies from Philly to AC?
No, I don't think he's in Philly. I think Papa Santo is in Florida, maybe.
Oh, okay.
He's a longtime listener,
Gotcha.
longtime fan of the show.
Okay.
I've met him a few times. Very nice guy.
I'm trying to figure this out. I'm like, I ride a bike to Atlantic City, 65 miles. This guy's flying.
Yeah, his whole family listens. Like, he's a great guy.
Awesome.
Pretzel Time on YouTube says, I love how the two men crack up like 12-year-old boys at 6 inches because I did the same thing.
Mustard.
Of snow.
Howard Levin says, we start at 4 a.m.
Yeah, we wait. The alarm goes off at 4.
Yeah.
We don't start making the donuts until 6.
No, meaning the snow tomorrow is going to start at 4 a.m.
Right.
4 a.m.
Mm.
But light, we'll make it in fine.
I feel like I have a little bit of COVID coming on, Greg. I should probably quarantine. I'll see you guys Monday.
Carl Mayer says, good show. Once Greg went right, Nick went left. The show picked up. So we're back to...
hey, box placement matters.
I love it.
We're back to the the three-person screen with Nick on the left in the power seat.
Okay.
I love
and
it.
me trailing up the rear.
Yep. Well, that's one way to put it. All right, that'll do it for us. We're going to get out of here before we get in trouble. We'll let Dawn take over the ship. She's coming up in 4 minutes. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. We will see you tomorrow. And don't forget Sean Farash tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We start at 6 o'clock. And in the words of the great Senator John Fetterman.
Good night, everybody.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans.